Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican por isso, nervous lucky.
That's literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning, welcome. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. We have a full day in store for you today. All the true crime you could possibly desire. And more. Welcome. Everyone, please, as Dog Lover said, hit that acknowledgement button. Just to let everybody know that you did, in fact, receive the message. You are receiving the transmission. It's not a like button, and I know it has a thumbs up. It's just acknowledge. Acknowledge. You will not be held accountable for the content of this live stream if you do click the like button. Just give it a good old Buchanan acknowledge, and we'll be good. Welcome. A big shout out, by the way. Big shout out to Virginia Little. Wow, I'm a little loud today. I'm yelling at you guys. I'm sorry. Big shout out to Virginia Little, who was first in chat yesterday. I say yesterday, but on this live stream, I knew so much was happening today that it was going to be such a big day that I had to get everything ready ahead of time, or I would never get it done in time. And so when I woke up this morning, I'm like, guess what? All I have to do is sit down and look pretty. Well, there's a few other things, brush teeth, hair, took a shower, things like that. But basically, all I have to do is sit down and look pretty, and everything is set up. So here we are. What is happening today? Well, a couple things. We've got Karen Reed. All day. We have Brian Koberger. This is the final pretrial conference. You're like, final? Holy cow. There'll probably be another one. But they call it the final pretrial, I think, hoping that it is actually the final. The trial doesn't start till August for that, so there's probably some more things that have to happen. But final pretrial hearing, that's going to be live on our Top Mark Media channel. That's already open over there. Big shout out to Red and Lois, who are our mods over there right now. Ready for all the action in chat on that end as well. So we have that going on. We'll be able to see it here if we needed to, but it's going to be live on Top Mark Media, which is, if you don't know, that is my parent company channel. I guess it's weird. I call it a parent company because it's owned by a parent. I'm the parent. I own it. So it's my parent company. And so it's still me. It just won't have me talking in the corner. This will be a clean live feed straight from court, gavel to gavel. Everything that the public is allowed to see, you as well will see. The one drawback is when we're doing this, I don't have instant replay. I mean, I can save it for later and we can, break it down tomorrow or something else, but I can't keep both going and instant replay at the same time. It gets a little hairy. I'd need more equipment for that. So, all right. That being said, thank you very much, Samantha, for the link over there. If you want to watch the Brian Koberger, that does not start till 11 o'clock Eastern. So you've got basically 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 25 minutes now before Brian Koberger starts. And we'll let you know if you do want to watch it. I think it's going to be spicy. They're going to decide a couple things. They're going to decide what evidence is allowed in. Jury questionnaire still has to be hammered out, and see what questions they ask the jury. We know it's a death penalty case now, so that's definitely going to be on it. So lots of fun stuff there that's going to be coming up. Plus, we haven't checked in with him in a while because the judge sealed the last 2 hearings, and nobody knows what happened there. Anyway, good stuff there. So Brian Koberger. Chat is better here, says Greeners Albert McCabe. Thank you, Greeners. I like your new name. All right. Virginia, by the way, congratulations. First in chat. The internet's all yours. We're sentencing you to internet ownership. I'm not sure if you've won before, Virginia. I know you're an OG when it comes to the channel, but I don't know if you've ever been first in chat before. So knowing how late I opened it, I created this last night. I also don't know if you're here this morning. So hopefully no problems with the internet until you show up, because you'll know the phone will start ringing. It'll be for you. So, all right. Welcome one and all. Let's see. I told you I was going to do some testing last night. I did. I just want to give you the report on that. I did a 1 hour live stream to an unlisted live because I had kids on it and everything else. I didn't want to. I had to drive, which meant I couldn't hold the laptop. We know what happens when I am on camera and driving. I run red lights. Okay, I admit it's a weakness I have. I didn't want to do that this time, but basically because I don't want to get caught. So I set up the Starlink, did a bunch of stuff, did some tests, drove, went out, got my kids who were with me, child who was with me, a treat at Wendy's to bribe them to continue to not complain while we were out doing the testing. Drove through rainstorms, drove under overpasses, drove next to large trees just to see what Starlink could do and what it couldn't do. And basically, we're going to need everyone to prune the branches along the freeway between here and, I don't know, halfway across the country if we're going on a trip, and not have any dropouts. Plus, all the underpasses need to be made into overpasses, or else there will be a slight hiccup in the feed. So that's what I came up with. Yikes, a little bit. It's great. It's great with the clear sky. And trust me, I was using Starlink through my sunroof. Like I just opened the little moonroof cover and I just jammed it up there and closed the moonroof. So it was shooting sort of awkwardly through the sunroof, and it worked really well. Both download and upload was really good. Still working on the audio in the car to make sure my audio is heard and you don't hear like road noise and things like that. So I'll work on some good mics for that. I also just ordered a roof mount kit for the Starlink, so it would be actually up, not shooting through the glass, up on top of the car, and just have the best view of the sky possible. So that should improve things greatly on that regard, and we'll do some more testing later. But thank you for that. So wanted to report on that. Your Starlink connection sounds like my regular home connection, says Bree. Yes. Okay, I do owe a couple people. We've had a few, because this has been open a little bit, we have had a few messages come through. Kelly H. gifted a membership early on. Thank you very much, Kelly. Appreciate that. Teresa, look at this, Teresa. 24 months of support. Welcome to the gallery. Teresa, thank you. Congratulations on your brand new pink courthouse. I see you celebrating already, just throwing dollar bills around. Like there's no tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, Teresa. Congratulations on the pink courthouse. Thank you for your continued support of the channel. Wouldn't be possible without you. Kim R. says, just tuck this away for our more equipment funds. Okay. Oh, there's always more equipment. Thank you, Kim, by the way. Let's see. Greeners Albert McCabe sent a membership as well. Congratulations, Greeners. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations on just being here, Greeners. I mean, that's an accomplishment in and of itself. Appreciate that. All right, we have a few things to do before we jump to court, which should start here in about 20 minutes. So we got some time. Let's see, I think I want to make sure I've got everything set up. Okay, both Apple TVs, Koberger on that recorder, this on that recorder. I have to look at the bottom of my remotes to see which one's which. Can you guys tell the difference? Look, if I just hold these up, let's go full screen here. If I just hold these up, can you tell the difference between the remotes? Yeah, that's the only difference. One is a Lightning and one is a USB-C. So I have to look at the bottom every single time to see which remote I'm working on so I don't actually turn off the wrong one. All right, we will get... We'll get our only fan set up here. All right. No. Not that. Sorry, I'm squinting at the screen so I can read everything. It's very, very far away. Lori Vallow was fun yesterday, apparently. Got a little mad at the judge. Judge, you never grant any of my motions. He's like, well, start giving ones that have a legal basis, and maybe I will. But you never do any. He's like, I just granted your motion this morning to let you meet with your lawyers, whatever. Yeah, but never. That's the only one. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. She was complaining. All right. Where are we? Oh, Judge Middleton's live. That's cool. All right. We're good. All right. Hilda B gifted a membership. Good morning. Congratulations to the lucky recipient there. Hilda B, thank you very much for making somebody's day this morning. Appreciate that. Kimmy, member for 15 months, says, good morning, everyone. My son is doing his senior walk this morning and graduating Sunday. Check back in later. Thanks for all you do, RA. Kimmy, congratulations to you, because I know that it's like when a teenager earns their Eagle Scout award. Okay, back in the Boy Scout program when that was a thing back in the day. I was part of it. I got my Eagle Scout award, and they're like, "Congratulations!" Really, the congratulations should go to my mom. She earned most of those merit badges for me. She dragged me through them, shoved me to merit badge class, made sure I was keeping my notes about my finances and everything else for the personal finance merit badge. She was like forced me to learn how to swim, do the life-saving merit badge. She didn't force me, but she just encouraged me strongly. And for some reason, they give the boy the award. And in your case, Kimmy, they're giving your son the graduation certificate. But I know that nobody gets through that without either a ton of community support or a great parent to help them along the way. So congratulations. We need a RA clip stream on the Runkle Show last night. Ian's freeze game was hysterical, says Red. I did not see it. Did I see myself? No. What did he do? Nobody tagged me. I was out driving around trying to get Starlink to work. Oh, man. Your mother learned all the knots? Yes. Let's see. Congratulations, though. That is just so cool that your son's graduating. That is really cool. This is the time of year for graduation. I also have a child who's graduating this year. He's actually full-time enrolled in college and has been for a year, but his actual graduation date from high school is... Well, I think that the ceremony they do, because we're homeschooled, we get together with other homeschools and do like a homeschool graduation. So it's a lot of different schools together, and everyone, they do the whole cap and gown, and it's better than just like, hey, son, come on down to the front room. We've got a diploma for you. It's better than that, right? So it makes it a little more formal, makes it a little more exciting. You've made it to TikTok. I've seen 3 or 4 videos of your replay this morning. Oh. Was it the judge word? The reaction to the bad word in the mic. Okay, yeah, I did see. I saw a post on, I think it was on Twitter. Hang on, here's Amber. 1 second. Good morning, Amber. How are you doing?
Good morning, boss. How are you? I'm wonderful.
It's always a good day when someone calls me boss, but...
But you don't have to pay?
I don't have to pay anybody. It's great. I love it.
Okay. I figured I'd call in real quick because something was brought to my attention by my mother this morning. Greeners are in trouble, and I've already sent you to Gitmo. I just want you to know. Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize that Greeners made a comment that you put on screen yesterday when I called in about Amber's mom being here, but Amber wasn't.
Well, yeah. What's with that?
Mm-hmm.
You thought you had to go to head to the corporate office and put in some work this week. You know where you're supposed to be,
right? I mean, come on now. But I forgot to mention something yesterday when I was talking about the Discord, and it's a super important part.
Yeah.
And I have gone back to yesterday's feed just to check out chat to see if there were any other names I could possibly grab to unban if that was an issue. However, I forgot to mention the verifying your account part. So I'm posting a link. The mods have the same blurb that we'll post throughout the day with a temporary Discord link because we are working on getting our boosts back on the server. Over the weekend, we had one of our admin get taken for a ride by a scammer, and they used the family account to do it. Man,
these guys are so sneaky. I've got one. Yeah. I've got one trying to work me over right now on text. I might if I can get them to call in, I might do that. But they know my name. They know where I lived.
Yeah, the scammer ended up banning over 600 people in our server. So
Hopefully
if
they
you
were
don't
all
see-
dormant accounts, people that we
no,
wouldn't want
all
any.
the
No.
most active. No, the most active got banned. Yeah. So we have
EDB
fixed
lost
this.
her whole channel. What happened to EDB?
She
On
was
Discord?
ADHDing. No. She was ADHDing yesterday during the stream, and she clicked a button, and it didn't necessarily go to plan, but everything ended up coming back.
Oh, good.
They've got something in the works that they're getting ready to launch, and that was part of it. Like, it was to set up the launch for that,
And they
and
launched
it broke
early.
everything.
Oh, no.
No, it broke it.
Oh, man. It is so nerve-wracking to try to pull something off new for the first time on a channel. Hope everything
without
works out
having
well for her.
tested it.
Well, even with testing, it's like until you actually pull the trigger and get the pieces to connect, sometimes you just can't envision what could possibly go wrong. It's like it's always worked before, and now there's a problem.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I run into that all the time. So, after I teach you how to do something, then you forget.
Yeah, like how to get
In
to my
2
own
seconds.
website.
Yeah, that thing that I update for you. I'm
Appreciate
getting distracted.
All right. Anyway, yes. So you have to
so-
re-authenticate possibly on Discord. If
Correct.
you try to go in and it's like it's not working for me this time, go through the re-authentication. Do you want to quickly, like really quick, just say what that involves?
Yes. When you click the link to join the Discord, it should take you into a web browser. It may do like through YouTube, but force it to take you to a browser or something. So it takes you out of the YouTube application if you're using a device other than a computer. When you get in, you're not going to see anything other than our main chat room called Gallery. If you can't figure out how to verify your account, just at moderator, and our team can help you. I did see a couple comments in the live chat yesterday when I mentioned Discord that somebody didn't get any kind of help the few times that they asked for help. I do apologize. I'm really sorry. We've come under new ownership by yours truly. So things
You're
will
the
run
boss
a little,
now.
a little smoother.
Now
over
who's
there.
working for who? Huh? Okay. No, we're super excited. Honestly, we've talked offline about this. You have done a ton of work. It's been crazy. It's been wild. But you guys are set up, and you guys have always been. Amber's always been part of Discord for as long as I've known it, and it has been an incredible asset for me. Not just to help the channel because they put out notifications when I go live. There's opportunities we've gone to. I've been over there and done like a voice chat, just hang out with people and talk and answer questions with like 50 of you at the same time, and that's wild and fun, and it's better than we can do with the burner phone, one call at a time. We've just had a lot of fun. I've used it to check calendar dates on hearings to see what the latest is, to grab a document that I need for something that's happened that we need to share on the channel. There's just so much over there. If you're a true crime fan, this is the place you need to be, and it's as the gavel drops. Obviously, I don't own it. I'm not the boss over there. I'm one of you. I have zero privileges. I kid you not. They know me, and so they give me no privileges. But it's a wonderful asset, and if you're inclined to give it a shot, I know it's got a little bit of a learning curve on the front end. As soon as you understand how it works, the world is your oyster. It opens up, and it's amazing what you got. So, Amber, thank you very much for your help over there. And if you like Discord, consider giving it a boost. Just a couple more boosts will give them a lot more benefit on the channel because server space. Discord's free, right? You can have a Discord for free, but if you want to have the features and the data storage, so you can have all the files available to you that you want to research, and you want to have the voice chat features and the watch together, watch parties and everything else, you definitely, and the permalink, which is a big one for us, you definitely need a couple more boosts. So
yeah,
thank you.
I appreciate you mentioning that part. I'm also going to be cycling another link for another Discord form. If your Discord for As the Gavel Drops has disappeared for you, that means that you were blocked by the bot. And I need some information from you in order to unblock you and get you back in the server. So there's a Google form link that asks you 5 simple questions, mainly what's your username, so I can go in and unban you to bring you back in. So if you have those issues, just fill out the form. It is on the Facebook page as well. And last thing I will say is I think today may be the first ever that we don't have a birthday.
No birthdays?
The purpose of me calling right when I did was because I needed more time to stall to see
You
if
were
anybody
stalling for a
chat.
birthday. Amber, that's the right thing to do. This is why we have you as a mod, because that is the correct thing to do. Is there somebody who's celebrating a birthday today? Would you please own up? It's got to be a real birthday. It's got to be
No famous birthdays. We don't do the
I'm
famous
not singing
birthday.
to Diddy, even if it is his birthday. Okay, there's like a line we
Lord,
draw.
have mercy.
We're not going
Get off
there.
of here now.
Yeah,
Bye.
we'll see you, Amber. Bye. But if it's your birthday, or perhaps if somebody in your immediate family is having a birthday, we will sing to them now. But my cousin third removed, Josh, that's not quite immediate. Need it to be a little closer, I think. Let's see. Trying to get everything set up for. Okay, we're almost there. All right. Bet someone has a relative somewhere with a birthday. We've got Granddad 89 birthday today. Ivorsk, what is Granddad's name or nickname? And we can sing to him. We've got pets' birthdays. Third cousins twice removed. Not seeing any more. Brian. We've got Brian. All right, we have Brian. And Mac. Brian and Mac. Brian, Mac, and Anthony, whose literal birthday it is today. All right, here we go. Brian, Mac, and Anthony. Is that all the names? Are we good? Oh, my goodness. I'm going to need a pen. Somebody, Greeners, just hand me a pen, Greeners. Thank you. Appreciate that. Greeners isn't really here. I just like to imagine he is. Okay. Brian, Mac, Anthony. And Yarly. All right. Did I get them all? My twin daughter's birthday, Rachel and Brittany. Okay. You guys, you got to go easy on me here. We can't have that many birthdays now. Daughter-in-law Yarly. We got Yarly. We got the twin daughters. Anthony. Okay. Sarah? Where's Sarah? Dolores. Is there a way to get Cobra updates here while watching Karen? We'll try. I'll do what I can, but I've got to sort of listen to it with both ears. All right. Sarah is on there. Okay, I think we have plenty of birthdays. We've got it. Okay, stop having birthdays, people. We're running out of names. Okay, here we go. Marietta, Brian, Mac, Anthony, Sarah, Rachel, and Brittany. Brian, Mac, Anthony, Sarah, Rachel, and Brittany. And then I'm going to add Yarly and Dolores. There we go. All right, here we go. Everyone stand up. Take a deep breath. Sorry, somebody said buffer. There we go. Okay. Everyone take a deep breath. Stand up, shoulders back. Project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with your neighbors. Warm up with me, if you will. La 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 la. We're all going to sing happy birthday to these wonderful people here. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Beretta, Brian, Mac, Anthony, Sarah, Rachel, Brittany, Yarly, and Dolores. Happy birthday to you. I fit them all in. I think I got them all. Brian, Mac, Anthony, Yarly, Rachel, Brittany, Dolores, Sarah, Anthony, Marietta, Happy birthday. I realize there are a million wonderful days. Today's your special day. Today's your special day. There are a million places you could be, a million people you could have chosen to be with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor is ours. Hopefully we can return that pleasure back to you, make your day a little more better, more betterer, more gooder, more specialer. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Bob Evans, Andy's Grill, and one other place. Oh, dang it. I'm sorry. There's one other spot that gives free pancakes, and I forgot to name them. But go there and just say, hey, you're the place, right? Happy birthday. Another win 2 days in a row with all those names. Village Inn. There we go, Village Inn. I missed it. Red Lobster. Would be a good one. Okay. Those birthdays are done. Got a new pad ready for future birthdays. I'm going to go ahead and reholster my bullet pen back in its case, so nobody gets hurt in the meantime. We'll see. All right, happy birthday. What a wonderful day. Wonderful day. There's all the true crime your heart could desire today as your birthday present as well. And we are going to be going to Karen Reed here in just a minute. Drum solo for a big finish, though. Let's do that first. Everyone help me finish the, oops, there we go. Drum solo finish. I did dual cymbals that time instead of the one. Hope it didn't ruin the song. But thank you all. Thanks for helping us sing to these wonderful people. Everyone should be sung to on their birthday, or at least on the closest workday to their birthday, because I don't sing on weekends. Sorry, that's all I do. Ma's homemade soup. Congrats, Grandma. Ooh. Sounds tasty. Is the motion for the buffer zone deadline today? Dog lover. First of all, hang on. I need to go back up here. Denise Feldman Ursula says, good morning from Ada County, the courthouse. She is up there at the Brian Koberger hearing. So we have a viewer who will be in the building watching. She's going to be up there for the whole trial. I kid you not. Just excited about that. But she also sent a picture so we can play Spot the Denise. I will not share the picture directly, but I will tell you what she's wearing. And let's see if we can get this to pull up. Burner phone is refreshing. Daffy9, member for 7 months. Welcome to the gallery. I missed from whom I received a membership, but thank you all. That's wonderful. Also, Katie Bug. I'm going to start that recording there. I'm going to have to. Okay. I tested everything last night. Audio levels, the file space I have left to record on different drives. Like I've recorded every bit of Karen Reed on one drive, and I still have the second drive that I haven't touched yet. So I've got plenty of space for Karen Reed, but I can't run it through the same network that I'm running my Brian Koberger feed, so that's recorded on a separate device. But everything's good. We're ready. Katie Bug, still recovering from surgery. Hope everyone was doing well. Not watching KR, but God willing, I'll be around for the next one. Katie Bug, maybe you should hop over to Top Market Media at 11 o'clock Eastern today and take an eye at the Koberger case, because that will be a big one that we're following. Excited about that. Denise, congratulations on 28 months. An OG there. Thank you. Appreciate your support. All right. Always good to have someone in the courthouse as well. Posted the picture in the Facebook group as well. There you go. I was not going to make it public. I was going to dox you or something. But the sticker debacle was amazing yesterday. To be or not to be. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's funny. 2 B's. When is BK starting? BK is starting at 11 Eastern, 9 o'clock local time in Idaho. We are going to have it on the Top Market Media channel, which we'll periodically share links to. We already have the placeholder up for that, and honestly, we're already ready for the feed to come in from the court straight to us. They're not using YouTube anymore. They used to use YouTube to stream their stream the Brian Koberger hearings. They've now switched to their own website. So I'll bring it straight from that to you. That will have no commentary. It'll just be audio from court only, and we'll make sure we can hear well and everything, and we'll just watch and enjoy and chat with some great moderators over there. All right. Let's see. That was awesome. Alessi's moment with the sticker. Isn't that just a mirror reflection? BK is just the last pretrial. It could be a long one, though, because there are some big decisions in that. Some very big decisions coming up. Buffer zone has to be decided if there's going to be one for Koberger. They need to do jury instructions. They've got a lot of questions about evidence that will or will not be allowed in. Remember, we've got some DNA evidence. I think there's some rulings that are hanging out there that we need to have come in. Just a lot of things that will inform us about the process of the trial and how it's going to go forward. They have to rule on what evidence is allowed. That's probably going to be the big one, and it's going to be a spicy fight. Honestly, it's going to be spicy. The defense in Brian Koberger's case has literally asked to exclude virtually every bit of evidence, including the DNA that was on the K-bar. The K-bar knife sheath. Right, we've got a K-bar knife here just for this trial. The snap on the button right here. This little pop the button open so you can take the knife out. Oh, careful. Oh, be careful with that. It's plastic. You can't hurt. You might hurt yourself if you stab yourself in the eye, but this is a dummy training knife. Training K-bar. This is the size of knife that was used. That's what they allege. That's a big, not just because I'm holding it up to the screen, but it's a big knife. It's a really big knife. So anyway, they want to exclude the snap, the DNA, the sheath and the knife sheath, everything, and it's all coming in. I think it's all coming in. That's not a knife. This is a knife. Did you hear anything about the swear word being caught on a hot mic today? I don't think it was the judge. Judge Canono, we said, was that the judge? I think it was the judge. It could have also been. And then afterwards I showed another lawyer who seemed to be talking on the prosecution bench. It didn't sound like Miss Little to me, but yeah. I'm glad Brian Koberger's defense zealously rep him, less appellate grounds for him. They are quite zealous in their representation, but my only problem with them is they seem to be arguing against commonly understood legal principles. Like saying something is hearsay, where they argue something's hearsay when it's not. It's like tangible evidence. I don't know if that's the example, but it's of that nature. It's like, that's really, you went there. That's the argument you chose. They're trying. I'm
not going to argue about semantics.
I'm not going to argue about semantics. Thank you for that. That was good timing, Maddie. I was thinking it was Laura McLaughlin who said the A word, what we think was the A word. Not sure exactly, because they cut our mic. We didn't hear the whole part. The microphone was right near Bev's mouth, and she was frustrated.
Counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
Yes, sidebar. She was frustrated, so I think it was the judge saying counsel. Yeah, Little wouldn't call Yannetti an a-hole. It just doesn't stand to reason. The judge was was frustrated with him. So we don't know who said it. Aren't the only open mics the judge, the podium, and the witness? No. There's also a mic at prosecution and a mic at defense for objections. But let's see. Josh Ritter says they're going to try to pull Dateline into arguments today, saying that their source broke the gag order. Josh usually has some good info. He's got his ear to the ground, so to speak. So I'm wearing, actually wearing, you can't see it very well, but I'm wearing a Canton Continent. Josh, you're going to kill me for this. As long as I'm doing the Karen Reed trial, Canton is every C word. Courtroom Confidential is the shirt I'm wearing. It's the spring edition, light blue. So it's a very subtle shirt, but I love it. Super soft. All right. Canton Confidential is what I tried to say, and I'm sorry, Josh. Please forgive me. Can I still be on your show? All right. It looks gray. It looks gray. It's the lighting. That's what it is. It says Courtroom Confidential in the pocket, in white pocket area. Maybe I should just trademark Canton Confidential. Sort of like a cross between Josh and Brandy, right? Canton Corrupt Confidential, get the 3 C's in there. So we got Shoegate, Glassgate, Rockgate, and now Mike-gate. Yeah. I saw on Twitter somebody had clipped it. And it's funny because when it showed up on my feed, it was somebody I hadn't followed before. And it's an account that I think has a very political name, right? It has like a political candidate embedded in the name of their account. And they clipped my my video. And they're like, some guy on YouTube said, I'm like, some guy, you can at least say the little guy in the corner. But some guy on YouTube was the post I saw. And it had like, when I saw it, it was like 40,000 views or something. It was going all over the place. And so I'm like, some guy. Oh, man. But I did pick up, I know a couple people tagged me on it later on, and I got a lot of followers on X from it. So that was good. The audacity. No, it's funny. I don't copyright claim stuff. I don't. Unless there's somebody who's using my face and likeness and voice to, with AI and manipulating it into something it's not.
Because he's the guy.
I'm a huge fan of transparency and openness. And honestly, I love that the courts are open. I love that we can do this. I realize what I'm doing. I'm putting out to the public. And I try to do everything I do in a way that I would not be ashamed of somebody, reposting it somewhere, right? So the idea that anyone out there can take a clip, a clip and share it on their, YouTube short or an X or something like that, I think it's great. I think it helps them. It helps me. The internet's big enough for all of us to exist, even if they're being critical of me and saying, hey, I totally disagree with this guy. His hot takes completely wrong. I love it. Thank you for adding to the conversation. Now, if somebody just takes my live stream and reposts it as their own on their channel, that would get a strike. Sorry, I don't allow that. But other than that, it's good.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
Your Festivus name needs to be some guy on YouTube. That would be good. Some guy in the corner. Yeah, it's all good. So yeah, I think we've actually made the live stream specifically so you can clip it. So you can as you're watching on YouTube, if you're on the computer, I think it is, or maybe the phone, I don't remember. You can just take a clip of the video and share it. We like that. If there's something you like and you think that other people should deserve to see, please use it. I'd love it if you tagged me or at least let them know where it came from. But you can clip on devices too. That's great. I'm a big fan of that. I really am. I love technology. No one put some guy in the corner. Well, there goes my idea for a YouTube channel, reposting streams, says Krista J. Sorry. Didn't mean to crush your dreams there. Angelique says, I'm having a love-hate relationship with that command. I keep thinking the court is starting and we're missing the action here. We won't. We've got the audio live. We're ready to go any second now. So. All right. If you can't tell, I am super happy just to be here today.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
That one got me. Who did that? That was Tisha Sidebar. Mrs. R.A. gives us the code word. Where to go? All right. It's now my duty to get Starlink working because we're going on a trip. Now we're live. Here we go. Firebug, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay.
I was told council wanted to see me.
You are unmuted.
I was told council wanted to see me. Okay.
Who's the guy that has like Judge? You're never going to believe this, but before you even start today, they want to talk to you. I know. You're just out of the blue. I didn't want to be the one to have to tell you.
I was told council wanted to see me at Tide
Bar. Somebody has to tell her, right? Awesome. I did see Lori go off on the judge, and he's like, "I have been so fair with you. You never sustain it. You never grant any of my motions." Like, well, your motions aren't based in the law. It's like, well, you never grant any of them. Well, maybe make better motions. You're so biased. Like, I'm not biased. If anything, I've been more fair with you than I should have been. That was good stuff. Let's see, who is in court today? Got a few peeps. There's been a little hubbub this trial because because it's such high profile. There's no courtroom in the United States that would hold the number of people that would like to be here for a live trial to sit in court and watch this as it happens. Especially considering we could probably fill up the entire courtroom just with media members who are on scene. And so the way the media is working, they're doing a lottery. They're doing a lottery and saying, okay, let's put everyone's names in a hat and we'll pull it out and see who wins. And some people are winning a lot, like Grant Ellis has won every time. And other people are winning a little, like Turtle Boy has only won twice. And there's some frustration that's boiling over on Twitter. And it's frustrating because we all have to work together when it comes to media. But is that Vinny? Was he there? We found out why Judge Fleischer was off. His channel, he says in his own words, it just became too big. It was too much. It was like a big part of his day. And he's like, I'm here to be a judge. And he's a good judge. I like him. When I first saw him, man, my blood pressure went. I'm like, this guy's an idiot and a word and everything else. But no, Judge Fleischer has grown on me, and he's very unique style. Not just the way he dresses, but the way he interacts with people. But when it comes down to those rulings he makes and then what he does, he just wants to help people, and he wants them to do the best. So his channel's just too big. And he said, I'm shutting it down for that reason. It is now only it's now only on Zoom, I believe. And there's a couple channels that rebroadcast that, but I'm not sure if they do it with permission or not. And Zooms you have to be very careful about. So you can find his channel, but there's like the official, unofficial Judge Fleischer channel. It's not him, it's somebody else. So, not sure. We'll miss him. We always miss judges when they do that. We miss Judge Wolf in Tennessee when he shut down the majority of his channel. He's still there. That is Vinny. Chilling up there. You idiot, sidebar. All right. Who called me the a-hole? Who was it? Okay, we're coming back here.
All right, so the court, please.
She left? When they say all rise for the court, they're talking about the judge. The judge is the court. I know that's a little funny because, court is like the whole thing altogether. But all rise for the court is the judge coming in or the judge leaving. And here it looks like the judge left after sidebar. Maybe she's going to go watch a video. I don't know. She might go watch a video. Mrs. R.A., by the way, thanks for the go-ahead. Now we know. If you want to announce dates or something, we're going on a field trip. Sue O'Connell is there. She's great on Twitter. Camilla, thank you for that one. Sue's a great follow on Twitter for minute-by-minute updates in court, which, now that we're on a break, let's see if we get one right now. All right. Let's see. Trying to get updates. All right. I miss Spicy Fleishy. I might reach out to him because he's actually a pretty cool cat to talk to, and might reach out to him just to see officially if he's cool with us using his Zoom. I think he would talk to us. I think we could probably get an interview with him. All right. I'm not seeing any updates as to what might be the delay this morning. Amber, do you know if that has a DNR on it? Sorry, I'm responding in open chat to mod chat. What happened to Judge Cedric Simpson? He is still live. He just unlists his live stream as soon as it's over. So you have to catch it right when it happens. Basically, it means we have to record it as it happens live and then see if anything cool happens, and then we can play it back. But Judge Simpson, he loves the public. He likes the interaction, but he hates when he goes viral. And so every time he has a viral clip, which he's had a couple of, people blowing up in his court and him blowing up at people in court, he always locks down his channel and then he loosens it again. So it's a love-hate relationship there. Tell Judge Fleischer that we promised to send him Skittles. What if we send him those freeze-dried Skittles? Have you guys ever tried those? Let's see. My cat's mom. There's no way John's shirt got ripped up on the right arm by getting hit by a car's broken taillight. They do seem more like puncture marks on the shirt, like rounded, like a pencil hole, or I don't know what else. What else would make a hole like that? A canine, like the canine tooth, than a sharp edge of a taillight. Walmart sells pretty big bags of Skittles, just saying. I have a freeze dryer and make the Skittles all the time, says Ace Resorts. I've tried like 2 of them. I need to try more, but they're ridiculously expensive. Why? That's a question. Why are they so expensive? Skittles are pretty cheap as far as candy goes. You buy in bulk and you can get a lot for, a reasonable price. What is it?
Unmuted.
Thank you. I can talk now. Is it expensive to freeze dry them? Is it a lot of energy?
Hey, hey, hey. all persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
We're still looking at you.
Good morning again, counsel.
sigh.
Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. We thank you for your patience. Once again, we worked out something here this morning rather than having you watch us over at Bar. So we appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. May we have Ms. Hartnett, please?
We are back with Miss Hartnett. Went through a lot of witnesses after having to be mechanic for so many days. Flying through the witnesses was refreshing, one after another.
I'll remind you, you're still under rule.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Makes sense then.
Go right ahead, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Hartnett, and welcome back this morning.
Good morning.
You watched any more videos
Your
overnight?
Honor, if I could please have Exhibit 145 that is in evidence published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolk. Ms. Hartnett, you will recall discussion about the taillight from the Lexus that was discussed on both direct and cross-examination yesterday?
Yes.
And you recall the discussion with regard to the weather that was in existence on or about January 29th. I'm not going to go into it at all. I just want to sort of refresh and reorient to where we were on that topic. You recall that?
Yes.
And I am now going to reference specifically what you referred to yesterday, I believe, as the inner part of the taillight, sometimes the inside of the taillight. Do I have that parlance correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So my question is, did you find any sand or salt or any other debris in the inside portion of that taillight?
No, I did not.
So from the road splashing up.
Now, and you can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. You recall discussion about shards of taillight? Do you recall that discussion at all in your testimony?
No, I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. I wasn't certain whether we had that parlance. So my question is, to your knowledge, was there any testing of any taillight alleged to have been found at 34 Fairview for biological material?
No, there was not.
And could you just please state what your definition is, inclusion, when you refer to biological material?
Those items were not processed in the criminalistics unit for any type of biological, meaning they would not tested for blood, semen, saliva, or a skin cell collection.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part that you...
Or a skin cell collection.
Bits of flesh is what she's saying.
Now turning and changing topics. There was a T-shirt and a hoodie of the decedent. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And are you okay with my parlance of T-shirt, the yellow or orange T-shirt on the one hand, and then the gray hoodie sweatshirt? Is that an acceptable parlance for you?
Yes.
So with regard to those two items, if I could, Your Honor, have published what is already in evidence, Exhibit 151 and 150, and Mr. Wolk, if we could please put those side by side. Alrighty, so is it correct that what's on the left is the right sleeve of what we refer to as the hoodie, and on the right is the, what color would you like to call that T-shirt?
Orange, please.
All right, so the orange T-shirt. Is that what we're looking at up on the screen?
Yes, so it's the right sleeve of the gray hoodie and the back of the orange T-shirt.
Thank you. Am I correct that you included a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from each of these two items, or from these two items collectively?
I don't handwrite notes on my report, so I'm just confused about where you're asking that.
Okay, I'll ask a different question. Hopefully it will be clear. Did you find debris on either of those two items of clothing?
Yes, I performed a debris collection on each of those items and combined them.
I'm sorry, it's not your fault, it's mine. There's a HVAC noise I can't hear. If you
So
could
can we
speak up
turn the
just a
air
little.
conditioning off, please?
I'm okay with
I can
it.
speak
It's
up.
just if
I'm
you could
sorry.
speak up a little. I don't want to
Of course.
discomfort people. Can you move the mic?
Yes, I can speak up. My
If
apologies.
you could speak a little louder, that'd be great. Thank
Yes.
you. Can you repeat your answer, please?
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
Sure. Did you find debris on these articles of clothing?
Yes, I took scrapings from each of these items of clothing and combined the debris. Yes.
Combined the debris instead of having them separate.
With regard to
scrapings,
can you describe how the term scrapings relates to these two items of these two items that are on the screen?
Yes. Scraping is the mechanism I use to remove any debris that was remaining on both the sweatshirt and the T-shirt. I held each up over my lab bench. I took a long metal spatula and scraped any debris that was on these items into a small glassine packet.
Is it correct that you do not know where the debris came from specifically, other than it came from one or both items of both of these two items?
Yes, that's correct.
So the debris could be from just the hoodie, it could be just from the T-shirt, or it could be a combination of the both?
Yes, the items were packaged together, so they were already commingled. So there was no way for me to determine which debris came from which item, and it would be misleading to label them as such, so I combined them.
Exactly where my next point was going to go to, thank you, and my next questions. So what, if anything, were these two items contained in when you got them?
They were contained in a brown paper bag, and they may have been contained in a larger box, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
So when you got them and you saw them for the first time, using your term, they were commingled together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And was there any debris in the bottom of the bag?
There may have been. When I examine something on my bench, I also shake out the bag to ensure that nothing is left behind and that everything is examined and accounted for.
Now, am I also correct that there is no description of the actual debris that you found? For example, you didn't specify whether It was little fibers, little hair, little pieces of this or that. Do I have that correct?
Correct. I did not do any examination on it. I just packaged it.
And therefore, you didn't note whether any of the debris was a plastic or a plasticine nature, correct?
Correct. That would not be part of my analysis.
And there was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered. Is that also correct?
I labeled the debris with an item number. I'm not sure what you mean by marker, if that's what you mean.
Parts of debris, in other words, there wasn't separate identification or markers for separate pieces of debris.
No, I did not separate out the debris.
There was no photograph taken of the debris?
Not by me, no.
Do you have knowledge of whether there was a photograph taken of the debris by anybody?
I do not.
So you have, as you sit here today, you have no knowledge that there's a photograph of the debris?
That's correct, I do not.
When you received the hoodie and the T-shirt that's depicted as 150 and 151, they came in together, commingled with some debris at the bottom in an evidence bag. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if there was debris at the bottom of the bag. What I can say is that there was debris on the items, and I did shake out the bag. I don't have a memory of anything coming out of the bag. I don't know.
So there could have been debris at the bottom of the bag when you shook it out. You just don't recall.
Yes, correct.
If we could, Your Honor, please have Exhibit 154 already in evidence published. And let's keep it there for a moment, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Wolk for you to zoom in. Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this generally, and then I'm going to have it zoom in so you can read it, as an evidence bag?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Wolk, could you please zoom in, starting from the top, so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read this. And if you could, Ms. Hartnett, just take a moment to read it, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, but I want you to have a fair opportunity to read it. Let me know when you're done.
The proctor part is what we're going to focus on.
And if we can then scroll down, Mr. Wolk, so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read the rest of what's on there.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Wolk, if you could just leave it where it is now. With Your Honor's permission, I don't see a need to keep the lights off. Can have that on, but if Ms. Hartnett needs it,
please.
You'll just let us know.
I think the judge is afraid of the dark.
Is this the evidence bag that the T-shirt and the hoodie were in when you received those items?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
There's a chain of custody spot at the bottom. I wonder if it's blank.
You see the name of collected by someone there. Can you read who that states it was collected by?
Yes.
And state what that is.
It says TPR Proctor.
And are you able to conclude what the TPR stands for?
Generally, we use that to abbreviate trooper.
Right. So that is former Trooper Proctor that it says collected by, correct?
That is what's written on the bag, yes.
And the date of the collection, if we can just, Mr. Wolk, just focus in on that. Thank you. The date of the collection is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
At 1400. Just 2 p.m.
Is it a fair conclusion from this evidence bag and your experience on the matter to conclude that Trooper Proctor former Trooper Proctor was the person who collected the evidence and put it in the bag?
I have no knowledge of who actually collected it and put it in the bag. I can only read what I see on the monitor.
In terms of, and if we could, Mr. Wolk, please take that down and put back up the side-to-side images and depictions of the T-shirt and the hoodie.
Judge is watching an iPad. That's new.
Do you know the journey, if you will, of those two items before you received them?
No, I do not.
The debris that you ultimately saw on the hoodie and the T-shirt, and that which may or may not have also been additionally in the bag, do you know where that debris would have been picked up from?
No, I don't know the source of the debris.
And you were not provided with information as to the potential source of that debris, correct?
No.
I like this
Were
witness.
you aware of whether or not the debris, whether those items had been on the floor of an ambulance or a floor of a hospital?
No, I did not have any information like that.
Floors have debris. Is that what he's getting at?
Is it important to maintain the sanitary condition of evidence generally to avoid contamination?
We do our best to avoid contamination once we receive items into evidence, yes.
And what are some of the protocols that are used to avoid contamination of evidence, generally?
Generally, wearing gloves, putting items in packaging, bleaching any materials or utensils that we're going to use, or using disposable materials, sterile materials when possible or necessary. We also wear lab coats when processing evidence.
Is another protocol or technique to separate out pieces of evidence to prevent cross-contamination?
Sometimes we will separate pieces of evidence. If the items are already mixed in with each other, then the items are kept together, can be kept together.
I don't think she did anything wrong with how she tested the shirts with the debris.
Do you know the chain of custody of either the hoodie or the T-shirt?
I only have record of the chain of custody from when it was delivered to the lab.
So before any delivery to the lab, you do not have knowledge of the chain of custody of either of those two items?
No, I just know which detective unit dropped the items off.
And which detective unit was that?
Norfolk Detective Unit.
What I would like to now do is to, we could now take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolp. I want to sort of speciate, if you will, separate out the evidence that you have talked about so far so that it's clear what you submitted and what may have been submitted by others to the lab. Do you understand that concept generally?
Yes.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is to give categories, and if you would be kind enough to say, I submitted it by some other person, that would be helpful. Any items that were collected from the vehicle, who submitted those to the lab or brought them to the lab?
I did.
The swabs from the red Solo cups.
I submitted the swabs.
The drinking glass that you were presented with at Canton PD.
I submitted that item.
The two clothing items that we just saw on the screen, the hoodie and the T-shirt.
Those were submitted by the Norfolk Detective Unit.
Were there also any fingernails that were part of the investigation and that you had knowledge of?
Yes.
Describe what those were, please.
Fingernails may be collected at the medical examiner's office, and they're clippings from the top of the fingernails of the victim.
And were those submitted to the lab?
Yes.
And by whom?
By the Norfolk Detective Unit.
And the phrase known blood standards, are you familiar with that phrase?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, please, what that means?
A known blood standard is a sample of blood that is collected from an identified person.
And which person were those known blood standards related to your knowledge in this matter?
We received a tube of blood that was identified as belonging to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to the fingernails and the known blood standards, who submitted those to the lab?
The Norfolk County Detective Unit.
So am I correct to conclude that for those items that you submitted to the lab, you knew about, you knew sort of their journey, if you will, but that those items that were submitted by, I think you referred to as Norfolk County, was your parlance?
Yes, correct.
You don't have knowledge about those other than that they were submitted by them?
Prior to them arriving at the lab, correct. I have no knowledge of what occurred, where they were stored or anything like that before that.
And no knowledge of those items not submitted by you would include no knowledge of the chain of custody of those items, correct?
No knowledge prior to them being received into the lab. That is correct.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, please. It'll probably be 30 to 45 seconds. Thank you.
The only issue I have with this witness is that she could not see that the B label marker on the bumper was a reflection. And when confronted with that, she wouldn't own up to that. She made a mistake, that's it. But it doesn't change anything. It just says in the report that she looked at the picture and said there were two labels and there was actually only just one. That's the only issue I have with her. Other than that, she's done great. She's professional. She did everything she was supposed to. I wouldn't say anything she did as far as processing was incorrect.
So the questions I have for Ms. Hartnett at this time, thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Hartnett.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan, any redirect?
Yes.
Is he going to talk about the two stickers? Or will he forget about those?
You mentioned that you had an opportunity to observe a paper bag that had red Solo cups in it.
Yes, that's correct.
And the red Solo cups had a coloring of red in the cups?
Yes.
You'd never seen blood preserved in cups like that before?
Objection, Your Honor.
To the form. Sustained.
Had you ever seen blood stored in cups like that before?
No.
Do you know the circumstances of storing that blood?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
When the blood was stored in the cups, do you know the circumstances?
Sorry, Mr. Brennan. Your Honor, objection. Can we have a sidebar, please? It's important.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan. It's like, for that? He's like, a sidebar for that? What did I say? Okay, the circumstances that the cups were stored in. This is an area where I thought we went further into this in trial number 1 than we did in trial number 2. Because in trial number 1, I have the, maybe it's just my imagination, but I have the recollection that it was stored in the employee break fridge. That's maybe it was a joke we made or something, but I seem to remember there was other things that were not evidence that was also stored in the fridge. That may not be true. That's just me trying to recall what happened in trial number 1. We didn't get that in trial number 2. So with him asking this in-depth question, it's possible that might not be allowed.
The coloring in those cups, do you know firsthand what that comprised of, what the item was?
Are you asking me if I knew what the contents specifically of the cup
Yes.
were? No, I did not.
And so the red cups with the red spots stored in them, do you know the circumstances surrounding the effort made to try to preserve that evidence?
Can you just be more specific in what you mean by circumstances?
Sure. Do you know where those red cups came from?
I was told they were collected from the scene. I don't have firsthand knowledge of the collection.
And you weren't at the scene that morning, were you?
No, I was not.
Do you know that what the circumstances or the challenges were that morning?
No, I'm not aware.
You said that you respond to active scenes and sometimes, like in this case, after the event happens?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there a difference when you're at an active scene as opposed to when you arrive at a scene that is past the event?
No, we still
I would say
follow all
multiple units are
protocols.
working at the same time, attempting to document, preserve, and collect evidence.
You were asked a few questions about the top back of the Lexus SUV.
Yes, that's correct.
When you were first asked the question, you were asked if you had studied that area, and you said you didn't recall if you looked at that area.
I did look at the area. I looked over the entire vehicle, but I didn't know anything specific in that area, no.
When you say you looked over the entire vehicle, did you look over the back of the vehicle as well?
Yes, the only part I did not look at was the roof of the vehicle.
Did you study all sides equally? Did you spend time with the entire vehicle?
I believe I made an effort, yes, to look at the entire vehicle.
When you studied the back of the vehicle, not the right side or left side, the back, middle, did you find any hair?
I did not note any hair, no.
Did you find any scratches?
The only scratches I noted were ones that I had spoken of previously on the right.
When you looked at the left side of that Lexus, did you find any dents or scratches?
Nothing that I noted, no.
Did you find any hair on that side of the car?
Not that I noted, no.
Did you find any dents, scratches, or hair anywhere but on other than the right side quarter of that Lexus?
I did not note any. I also did not examine the interior of the vehicle.
You said that you removed the hair. What do you do after you remove the hair?
The hair is placed into a small glassine envelope, then placed into a larger manila envelope, and then I signed and sealed it, gave it the appropriate case number and item number, and then secured it in our storage room.
Can that hair be further tested?
Yes.
Is that something you would do or a different person?
I don't perform testing on the hair. I performed a microscopic examination of it, and then additional testing can be performed by a different unit.
Let me ask you some questions about where you found the hair. You saw the two different angle pictures yesterday that you described?
Yes, I saw 2 pictures of that hair yesterday.
You were also shown some video where the car had snow and ice on it. Is water a conduit? Does water ever act as an adhesive?
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form of the question.
Okay. Why don't I show you a similar video that you were shown yesterday, but we've clarified it so it's more clear. I'm going to ask you to take a look at video 125.
How is this allowed? We took it to pre-crime and enhanced the video. This one's more clear. Brandon, we need to talk, bud.
Can we stop that, please? Can you see that's 5:51:54 p.m. on 1/29/22?
Yes.
That's about all we can
When
see.
you first saw this vehicle, it didn't have that snow on the right back near that taillight, did it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently, Mr. Brown.
When you saw this vehicle for the first time, did it have that snow packed into the back right of the car?
No, to the best of my recollection, there was no snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
And the hair where you found it, you see the red back taillight, the piece of red that's showing?
I do see that, yes.
In reference or relative to that red, was the hair to the right, left, below?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Do you see the ice or snow on the right side quarter panel of that Lexus?
She's going to say no.
I don't see it on the quarter panel. I'm not sure what you're speaking of.
If we could move that video forward, please, to 702.
She's not on anyone's team here. She's just testifying what she knows. She might not give Brennan what he's looking for.
And then to 749, please.
This is the clarified version.
Stop. Go forward just a little bit, please. Stop.
Back up. Back forward. Back
There's
forward.
still remnants of snow. Did it look like that when you first saw it?
No, I believe I did not see any snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
If you could fast forward, please.
Ooh. You just jumped like an hour. Blinking, you'll miss it.
Thank you. You can take that down. Thank you. You were asked if you had any information about when damage occurred,
Yes, that's correct.
and you offered us you don't have no idea, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No, I do not know when the damage occurred.
You were asked whether or not damage existed on that car prior to that day, prior to January 29, 2022. You remember that question?
Yes.
Did you know there are ring videos of that car from January 28, 2022?
No.
I want to show you some photos and ask you a few questions. If we could have 147C, please. If you could close up. Do you remember what that's a picture of or a photograph of?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a tear that was on the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt.
The threads coming from the side of that hole?
Yes.
Those threads, could you pull those threads and pull them out by hand if you wanted to?
Can you repeat that question?
If you pulled on those threads, could you pull thread from that hole if you wanted to?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I don't know. I didn't attempt to pull at them at all.
Did you examine them to see if they were woven or loose, those threads?
Yes.
Okay, and what were they?
They were loose. The fibers had started to separate up from the shirt. Separate and weave. I don't want to say they were separated from the shirt completely. The weave was starting to separate.
If we could have photograph 57.
Like a tear? Which doesn't look like a cut.
'57.
It's just me here, guys. Sorry.
Are those the red cups that you saw?
Yes.
And what color is the fluid inside?
I noted there was red-brown stains inside.
Okay. And do you see that white object, the rag or the paper towel?
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
Yes, sustained.
Well, you were asked about, you can take that down. You were asked about who had custody of items. You only have custody of items once you receive them, right?
Yes, that's correct.
If somebody had access to that rag and dipped it in those cups
Objection.
and then smeared it on the taillight, and you went and tested, would you potentially be able to find that red liquid on the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's sustained.
If strands of cloth were pulled from those clothing and placed in the taillight area, would you know when they were placed?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you get to a scene and you examine an area,
sidebar
if you don't see it firsthand, is there any way you can date when items are placed on an object?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Sure. When you look at an area like a taillight, if you found blood or cloth or another item in that area, would you know when it was placed in that area?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I think there are really just too many variables to say either way.
She is a neutral witness, and Brendan's trying to use her, and she's not giving him anything.
An item like blood or cloth was placed in that area. Is that something you would be looking for in your examination?
In which area?
Say the taillight, for example.
If there was an object placed in the taillight, would I be looking for that? I would be looking for any item evidence. I'm not specifically looking for anything. I'm just looking for anything that would potentially be evidence.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Lissie?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Was leading outside of scope.
If we could, Your Honor, have 147C republished.
This is the threads. The hole? Is that the right one?
Would it be acceptable to move it along if Ms. Gilman, oh, you have it?
That's the video.
Okay. If we could have Ms. Gilman, I have just one question, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Gilman. 147C, I believe it.
Okay, I think you already had it up there.
No, it's this one. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you just moments ago a question about this depiction?
Yes.
And to be clear, this is the right sleeve of the gray hoodie, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You didn't perform any analysis of this area of the right hoodie, did you?
I performed damage analysis on each of those tears on the sleeve.
Right, but you didn't perform an analysis as to the source of that item, what it could be, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. You didn't
She's so precise.
do any analysis of what could have caused that hole in the sweatshirt, did you?
No, I did not.
No further questions. Again, thank you for answering my question.
All right, Ms. Hartnett, you are all set.
I wanted to correct something from the record yesterday. I wasn't sure when was appropriate to do that.
Okay. Do you recall which lawyer asked you the question?
Yes, Mr. Leslie asked me the question.
Your Honor, are we going to proceed along with that?
So why don't I see you outside?
Thank you.
Whoa. We haven't seen that before. Before I sit down, let's, there's just something I want to say. There's something I want to say. Here's the problem. It could help the defense or it could hurt the defense. And they don't know what it is. I think the judge is right to find out what it is, because we could have the witnesses. We now know, well, the jury's heard that there's something they heard from this witness that was not correct. I think it has to be corrected now. But it's maybe a proffer. Maybe she wants to own up to the reflection. Thinking about the sticker, to be or not to be. Okay, this could be a problem, though. If she's clarifying something from yesterday, did she go back and watch the coverage? Did she go do more? Did she talk to somebody? That would be a problem.
All right, so Ms. Harnett, I am going to let you step down because questions from both sides are completed.
Okay,
so
thank
you, though.
Bullet dodged. Bullet dodged. Now the jury's like, what did she say that
Mr.
wasn't
Brennan,
right?
who is your next witness?
What do we cross off from our notes that she said?
Dr. Scordi-Bella.
Okay.
She just impeached herself.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, that's crazy. It was something she told the defense. I guess that's one thing the prosecution would be happy about. It was something that she had told the defense. Sounds like the ME is up. This is going to be interesting. They might be almost done with their case. Maybe she can get on Twitter and tell us. Somebody reach out to her on Twitter. Now that you're no longer under oath and released from all subpoena, do tell.
Why don't I see counsel at sidebar, please?
When the judge says, "Why don't I?" that means I will. I will now.
I was told counsel wanted to see me.
Oh, wow. Somebody just sent me pictures of Lay's potato chips, Chesapeake Bay crab spice, which is basically Old Bay. It's similar. What if she wanted to admit it was a reflection? I know it could have been helpful, but I think the defense did the right thing, probably objecting to that, because you're done asking questions, and she just blurted something out. By the way, I forgot to mention. Oh no! What? It's crazy. Oh my goodness! Good call by the judge. We'll never know. Chris Wallace just gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Chris. Congratulations to Allison Jones. Let's see, Ashley. Yeah, there's a reporter who, I don't know who it is. There's a YouTuber maybe who published a report of all the winners of the lottery, the media lottery, to get a seat there on that back row. And it is a lottery. But they published a list. Court TV does get 2 spots, I think, for being a pool media.
Yes.
Here we go. Yes, they're so good. You will not regret it. They're so good.
You told us that the evidence gives the court and jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I did.
Thank you.
2 robes? Oh no, suit.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Irini Scoribello. That's spelled IRINISCORDI-BELLO. I am a medical examiner employed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
How long have you been a medical examiner for?
In the state of Massachusetts since December of 2016. In general, I have been a medical examiner since 2008.
Did you attend medical school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you attend medical school?
I completed medical school in New York City at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine, now known as ICANN School of Medicine.
Did you attend a residency?
Yes, I completed my residency in anatomic pathology at the Mount Sinai Hospital.
Is that what you specialized in during your residency?
Yes.
After your residency, did you go right to the medical examiner's office or did you work anywhere else?
After my residency, I completed a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology that was done at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York. And then I went to work as a medical examiner.
Is there a certain type of doctor you are? Do you have a particular?
Yes, I am a forensic pathologist.
What are your duties at the medical examiner's office?
My duties and responsibilities at the medical examiner's office include performing examinations and autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death in cases that fall under our jurisdiction.
How many other doctors work with you at the medical examiner's office?
I think there's close to 20 of us. I don't know the exact number.
The medical examiner's office, are you responsible for all counties in Massachusetts as far as doing examinations and autopsies?
No, I am, my primary location is in West, where one of our satellite offices is, and we cover Worcester County and the entire western part of the state. There's 3 offices in the state, the one in Westfield, the one in Boston, and the office at the Cape, in Cape Cod.
You mentioned that part of what you do is to try to determine manner and cause of death?
Yes.
I use the word autopsy generally without too much detail. Can you describe for the jury what the process is when you're trying to determine the manner and cause of death?
You would like me to explain what an autopsy is?
Please.
An autopsy is a large surgical procedure with 2 main parts. The external examination, which is an examination of the outside of the body, where we document physical characteristics such as hair color, eye color. We document any identifying features such as scars or tattoos, height, weight, and then we also document any signs of disease or any signs of injury on the body. The second part of the autopsy is the internal examination, where we make surgical type incisions on the body and we examine the internal organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen and the pelvis, as well as the head and the brain. Part of the autopsy procedure, and this depends on the kind of case we're doing an autopsy on, might include other studies such as taking evidence, toxicology, which is done on almost every case, and any additional dissections or any additional steps we might feel we have to take. But that's, in general, what an autopsy is.
Do you ever seek the assistance of any other doctors or professionals that have specialties in your determination in an autopsy about manner and cause of death?
Yes, absolutely. We often, well, like I mentioned before, we perform toxicology on almost all our cases, and those samples are sent to the toxicology state lab. We also have a board-certified neuropathologist and cardiac pathologist in our office, and very often we will consult with them in determining cause and manner of death.
Are cause of death and manner of death the same or 2 different things?
They're 2 completely different things.
Can you explain to us what the difference is between the 2 of them?
Yes. Cause of death refers to the disease or the injury that initiates a sequence of events that ultimately leads to someone's death. So that disease or that injury can be a natural disease such as atherosclerosis or coronary artery disease, or it can be some sort of injury. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances that led to the death. So there are 5 manners of death that we use in our practice. The most common one is actually natural. Natural means that the person's cause of death, the disease that killed them, was due to natural causes. And that would include heart disease, diabetes, cancer. All those are natural processes that take place in the body that lead to death. And so the manner of death is natural. If trauma or an injury is involved, then we have to decide then let me back up. If trauma or an injury is involved, then the manner of death is no longer natural. And therefore, it could be that the trauma was inflicted in an accidental manner, in which case the manner becomes accident. If it was inflicted by another person with the intent to cause harm, then the manner becomes a homicide. And if the trauma, and when I say trauma, I should include both physical and chemical trauma, chemical when it comes to intoxications due to drugs, etc. If the trauma was self-inflicted, then the manner of death is suicide. So we have natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and then the fifth one is what we call undetermined or could not be determined. That is when the circumstances in a case are not entirely known or clear to us, and the information that we have does not support one manner of death over another. In that case, we classify the manner of death as undetermined.
When you are conducting an autopsy and making an analysis and attempting to reach a conclusion, you said when you looked at in a case, is your case and what you do different than procedure in a prosecution's case?
Can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I understand.
I can. When you're making a determined cause or manner of death, do you have any limitations?
Okay, so the cause of death is something that is determined by the autopsy. That is my opinion or our office opinion as to the disease or injury that led to that person's death. So that is, I don't have any major limitations unless we're dealing with cases where, the body's decomposed and we're not able to do, all the testing necessary. But in most cases, the cause of death depends on my findings during the autopsy. The manner of death, yes, there are limitations because it's circumstance driven. And so the circumstances might not be known to us at the time of the autopsy. They might not be known to us ever. And therefore, while the cause of death is my medical opinion, the manner of death depends on information I get from other people.
Are you always able to reach a conclusion on manner of death?
No, that's why I said that in cases that we cannot, that manner of death is classified as undetermined.
I want to now ask you about whether or not you examined John O'Keefe.
Yes, I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe.
When you examined Mr. O'Keefe, did you work with a team or by yourself?
No, we always work in a team. The team is made up of the medical examiner and a medical examiner's assistant that helps with the actual performance of the autopsy, especially when we examine the head. And then, of course, we work with the toxicology lab and, in this particular case, our neuropathologist.
The medical examiner's office, is that a division of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Is it a division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
No.
Is the medical examiner's office independent?
Yes.
When you conduct an autopsy, are representatives of law enforcement or district attorney's office able or allowed to attend an autopsy?
Yes, they're usually allowed to attend the autopsy if they wish.
Is that an uncommon practice?
No, it's not uncommon.
Would you remember when your autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe occurred?
Yes, I performed the autopsy on January 31st of 2022.
If you have notes,
yes, I do.
I think you'll be able to use them, but we'll just want to indicate that you're reading from your notes if that's the case. Thank you.
So you can use your notes, Doctor. Just
thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you began the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe, do you know who, if any, representatives from the Massachusetts State Police or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office were present?
I don't remember their names. I do believe there were two individuals, and every person who attends an autopsy has to sign a log, and their names would be logged in our records. I don't remember their names.
What is the role of law enforcement relative to the actual physical autopsy? Do they have any role?
No, they're not part of the autopsy. They don't have a role. Their role is to observe. Sometimes they will ask questions, and based on my findings, they might, go on and do their investigation.
Does your office photograph things of interest, like injuries on the person that you're doing the autopsy on?
Yes, we do.
Is law enforcement allowed to take their own photographs as well?
Yes.
Did you, in fact, memorialize your findings in this case?
I did.
Are there a number of different ways in which you memorialize your findings?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I took notes, physical notes, pen and paper. There's a report that's issued within 90 days of the completion of the autopsy, and then photographs, digital photographs.
You mentioned a report is due in 90 days. Is that often referred to as an autopsy report?
Yes.
Why 90 days?
That is the standard that is set by the National Association of Medical Examiners. We're part of NAME, and therefore we try to have a finalized report for all our cases within 90 days, because we know that families are waiting for these reports, and therefore we do our best to finish a report within 90 days.
Did you in fact complete a so-called autopsy report in this case?
Yes, I did.
In addition to the autopsy report, well, included in the autopsy report, do you make handwritten notations about locations of injuries?
Yes.
And share with us how's that done. Is there a picture or a graph?
There's a diagram, a body diagram that we use to mark the location of injuries.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
Do you generally recognize what these documents are?
Yes, these are my diagrams from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy.
And could you just very basically describe each one of them?
Some of them. Yes, the first one is a body diagram. A lot of things have been whited out, but it's the diagram that I would use to make note of any injuries. The second one is a diagram of the face and the skull. I would also use this diagram to make notes as to any injuries on the face. And the third one is a diagram of the inside of the skull, what we call the base of the skull, as well as different views of the brain itself. Again, I would make notes to point out different injuries.
As you are noting injuries in your autopsy report, these diagrams, they start off blank?
They start off blank, and then they're filled out as we go along.
And you fill out all the details you find important in your report?
Correct.
For reference, and to assist us, I have some blank diagrams that I may ask you to point out things on the blank diagram for us.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'd ask permission. I've spoken to defense to use these simply as a chalk.
Sure.
No objection, Your Honor.
Interesting that they brought
Before you
blank
begin
diagrams.
An autopsy, do you seek any medical records if available?
Yes. When a case is called into our office, depending on the time and the day that it is called in, our intake department, who are the people initially on the phone taking the information will start asking for both medical records as well as police reports. So in the morning, when we start the autopsy, it's possible that we have some records. Sometimes if a decedent is brought to us from the hospital, there might be some records that come along with the body. But to answer your question, yes, we always ask for medical records, what we call PCP records, which are primary care physician records, any records from a hospital where the decedent may have been, and investigative reports, police reports.
Do you recall whether you had access to John O'Keefe's medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital?
I did have access, yes, in the day, I believe the day of and the following day.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Subject to any later redactions, I would move the Good Samaritan medical records.
There's another sigh.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 155.
I'm keeping the counter off while court just goes on so we can focus on the listening. I'll only turn it on to show we are updating the number. We are still tracking the number of sighs and sirens in this trial.
This time I would move for identification all photos of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries at Good Samaritan Hospital just for identification.
Okay.
The cameras have been ordered not to show some of these photos, I believe.
Further, this time I'd move for identification all OCME, Office of Medical Examiner photos.
Okay.
Exhibit KK for ID.
Thank you. One more. Your Honor, at this time I'd move all CSSS autopsy photos for identification.
May I just have an understanding of the evidence?
With the court's permission, Ms. Gilman, if you could put up the diagram, full body. If you could enlarge that a little more. Thank you very much. Could you explain this to us?
Yes, this is the diagram that we use during every autopsy. As you can see, we note the name of the decedent. Every case has its own number. In this case, it was 22-1697. And then we take note of, as I mentioned, during the external examination, physical characteristics such as hair, eyes, teeth. And then on this diagram, we would note any scars we see on the body, any tattoos we see on the body, any injuries we see on the body, and any therapeutic interventions. Those would be things that are sometimes done either by emergency medical personnel or at the hospital. Everything would be noted on this diagram.
Now, if you could take us through, I'm going to ask you, we'll go body part by body part, if that's okay. I'm going to ask you to begin with Mr. O'Keefe's face, the front of his face. And if you
Yes.
if you could enlarge that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Did you notice any injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face? And if so, could you, I think there's a pointer available for you, doctor? If you could point out on the diagram what you observed.
So on the diagram, well, first of all, there was medical intervention on Mr. O'Keefe that included an endotracheal tube that had been placed to help him breathe. But once all the intervention, all the medical devices were removed, I observed on his right upper eyelid a 1 centimeter laceration. So as we're looking at the diagram, this is the right side and this is the left side. So on his right eyelid, there was a small laceration. I also observed abrasions on the anterior and the left aspect of the nose. So the nose would be here on the front and the left aspect. Abrasions are scrapes. lacerations are tears in the skin. I should probably explain that. Then there was some bleeding and some swelling of the eyelids of both eyes.
Does that complete your analysis?
For the front of the face, correct, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's face.
Does that photograph depict any of the observations or injuries you made that you just described to the jury?
Yes, it shows the small laceration that I noted during the autopsy on the right eyelid. You can see some of the swelling and some of the bleeding over his eyelids. And that's pretty much all I can see because it's a side view.
Is there an apparatus?
There is what we call an endotracheal tube, as well as a C collar or a C stabilization collar. That's something that would have been placed on him by medical personnel.
All right, move this into evidence and ask for instruction.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. So, folks, during the testimony of Dr. Scorti-Bello, photos will be introduced to you. They're photographs of John O'Keefe that Dr. Scorti-Bello from the autopsy. So you'll have them in the jury room with you. I'll put them in an envelope, or I'll ask that they be put in an envelope. So if you don't want to look at them now, you don't have to. At some point, we'd ask that you make sure you look at it. These photos are not pleasant, and you may find that they're graphic. But what's important for you to know is that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not based on pity or sympathy for Mr. O'Keefe, which might be occasioned by these photographs. So consider the photographs only as they draw your attention to a clinical, medical status, or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, or to the nature of the incident itself. So they'll be displayed up on the screen for you as well.
The last exhibit is Exhibit 156.
Thank you.
And cameras.
Ms. Gilman, could you show the jury? And doctor, can you point out the injuries you were describing by using the diagram, or when you were using the diagram?
So the laceration, the small laceration that I previously described would be here on the right upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. You can see some discoloration that's bleeding under his eyelid and what I would describe as swelling. The endotracheal tube and the neck collar are also present here, and the other injury, which I noted, was on the front and left side of his nose, which you cannot see here because this is looking at the right side of his face.
Take that down, please. You mentioned that there was something about his eyes that was notable.
Yes, there was bleeding or hemorrhage, as we call it, on the eyelids, as well as swelling.
I'm going to ask you more detail about that later, but was that observation important in your ultimate diagnosis or conclusions?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is another picture showing Mr. O'Keefe's face. Again, the medical intervention is present, and you can see more clearly now the discoloration on the upper eyelids.
Is this vantage point helpful for your ultimate conclusions and diagnosis?
Yes.
Your Honor, both this and that.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 157.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show this to the jury.
Yes.
P645, please. Doctor, could you point out what was significant regarding Mr. O'Keefe's eye area?
So I noted that there was discoloration, that's bleeding, that's blood, that's under those eyelids. The eyelids appear puffy, that's what we call edema or swelling. And then also there were 2 abrasions, 2 scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's nose. You can see one here and then the other one on the more front part of his nose.
Okay, could you take that down, please? If we could move down a bit to the chest and stomach area, did you make any observations about this area, Dr. Scortabello?
The observations that I made on the chest were that there was, as I mentioned before, there were defibrillator pads on the body, and there was an abrasion that's very commonly seen in people who have undergone resuscitation. Internally, that abrasion and the whole resuscitation apparatus was associated with some anterior rib fractures, which are also seen in cases of resuscitation, but I didn't make any other notes in terms of trauma on the chest or abdomen.
Okay. I'd like to move to the arms and the hands. If we could come down just a little bit. Let's begin with Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands. Did you make any observations regarding Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands?
Yes. On his upper right arm, I noted that he had a superficial abrasion. So it would have been, you can
we move that down a little bit?
Move it
please?
down a little bit.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Bernice.
thank you.
Sorry.
Doesn't seem to be doing a very good job. Okay, somehow doesn't want to
Sorry
work.
if that's not working well.
It's projecting here, but not on the actual picture.
There may be a second pointer.
I can do it here.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So on the right upper medial arm, that would be the inner side of his arm, there was a superficial abrasion. Again, that's a scrape. Then on his right posterior arm and forearm, so not exactly on this aspect of the arm, but on the back side of the arm, which would be in the
Where you
back
point that.
of the diagram, there were multiple abrasions, which I described as ranging from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters. Then, yeah, if you could move the diagram down, please.
The jury's like, whoa, over the eyes.
Again, there is a back to this diagram. I don't know if you could put that on the screen. There we go. So this is now the right side, and this is the left. I noted that there were 2 bruises on the back of his right hand. Also a faint scratch on the back of his left hand. And then moving down to the lower extremities or the legs, if you could please show the front, there was a small abrasion, a small scrape on the side of his right knee.
Nurse for God, thank you very much. Longtime supporter of the channel. Do appreciate all the likes
Yes.
and the acknowledgments.
Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. Do you recognize it from that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, I believe.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how his hand appeared when you examined him?
Yes.
Will this is evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 158.
Let's see if they show us this one. We've already seen the arms, so we know the some
Would the court's
pictures are
permission
allowed
I'd
here.
show P647 to the jury?
I think we get it. There we go. This is the back of the right hand, right?
And could you explain, you said there were 2 bruises. Could you point those out for us?
Yes. There's one here and one here.
Did you attempt to assess those, determine whether you could conclude or opine on a cause of those?
Not on the
No, I did not. Well, I take that back. I'm sorry. So this particular one has 2 small
petechiae,
little pinpoint defects in the middle, which we sometimes see when emergency personnel tries to get access to a vein for fluids, for intravenous fluids. So, but I did not put that in my report. I just described it as a contusion.
Is it common to see that type of coloration where medical personnel put intravenous or other types of support into somebody's hand?
Yes, it's very common for the skin to bruise when someone tries to get access to a blood vessel.
The other coloration that is unrelated to those 2 small points, would you have a description of what those are?
No.
What about the bottom
I'd
of the
also
hand?
like to show you exhibit number 1. Exhibit number 1, please. Thank you. You use the word superficial. What does that mean?
Superficial means that the abrasion is on the superficial layers of the skin, usually the epidermis and sometimes the dermis, but there's no penetration of the skin.
When you're assessing to determine whether there's any penetration, do you measure the length of the wound, of the abrasion?
Penetration would be measuring the depth. If there was actual penetration, I would have to measure how deep into the skin. For example, when we assess stab wounds, we have to measure the depth of the wound. In this particular case, you can see that these are scrapes or scratches, and there's no exposed underlying fat or muscle. And therefore, to answer your question, I measured their length and gave a range, but I did not measure their depth.
As a routine practice during an autopsy, doctor, if there was penetration or depth, would you, as a routine, measure that?
I would make a note of it.
Are there any such notes in any of your autopsy findings or reports about depth?
No, I did not make a note on the depth of these ones.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how those superficial abrasions occurred?
I do not.
And I asked you about the hand, which we just saw, and I should ask you the same question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that coloration, aside from the medical intervention, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how the other discoloration happened on Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
I can state to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that that's a bruise, a contusion, but I cannot tell you how it occurred.
And to summarize finally what we've been through so far, regarding the scrape on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye. Can you provide an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that scrape occurred?
No, I cannot.
You mentioned for us that when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's legs, you observed bruising on his, or a small scratch on his right knee.
Correct.
I don't want to summarize it. Can you describe that
Can we turn
more
the lights on,
specifically?
please?
Thank you.
Yes, I described it as a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you see any marks or abrasions on his left knee?
No, I did not.
Was the mark scratch on Mr. O'Keefe's right knee on the inside or the outside of the knee?
It was on the lateral aspect, which would be the outside.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
So he does have a bruise on the outside right knee. I think the state's going to say could be the bumper.
Recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's lower extremities, his legs.
Is it a fair, accurate depiction of how his knee appeared when you did the autopsy?
Yes.
All right, we'll go to the evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 159.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury 9467.
Yes.
Can you
You
show
used
us
the
as
word
well?
lateral and you talked about abrasion or a scrape. Could you look at this photograph and could we enlarge it, Ms. Gilman, and could you point out to the jury and explain what it is that you saw?
Yes, you can see the abrasion here with a little bit of adjacent discoloration, but this is what I was describing.
The little
If you
mark.
could zoom back out, please.
That's not
And
a
you
bumper.
didn't see any similar type bruising or abrasions on the left knee?
No.
During your autopsy, did you notice any injuries internally to Mr. O'Keefe's rib area?
Yes, I did note that there were rib fractures on the anterior, that would be the front, of his 4th and 5th ribs.
That's CPR injuries.
And so would that be his left or right side?
It would be both the right and the left, and it would be the part of the rib that is closer to the sternum.
CPR.
Is there a number of ribs that had fractures, or are they connected as one?
The 4th and the 5th, both on the right and the left, close to the sternum.
Have you, in your experience, seen ribs fractured during first aid or medical intervention?
Very often, yes.
Given your experience and your study of Mr. O'Keefe's body, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those rib fractures were obtained?
I believe those rib fractures were due to resuscitation.
And you have that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I don't know why the Commonwealth is proving he wasn't hit by a car, but that's
I'd like
what
to
they're
show
doing
you a
right
different diagram, one of the head area. If we could enlarge the bottom right. Thank you. Using that diagram, could you assist us, doctor, and explain to us any observations you made about the back of John O'Keefe's head?
Yes. The main observation was a laceration that is a skin tear on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, to the right of midline. So this would be the midline. The laceration was somewhere here, is what we call the right occipital area. And associated with that, there was an abrasion over it that would have been here. So this was what we call a compound injury, an abraded laceration.
We'll turn in a few moments to your autopsy observations about the inside of Mr. O'Keefe's skull. But first, I want to just show you a photograph relative to what you described to us. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, this is a picture taken at the time of autopsy. This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. The hair has been shaved off so that the injury can be clearly photographed, and it's a laceration with an associated abrasion.
Thank you. Your Honor, move this into evidence.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 106.
You may see this one. If you're a little squeamish, this might have a little bit of red to it. These pictures are available online, so I would understand if they're not showing them here.
When you examine the laceration, do you measure it?
Yes,
And did you measure it in this case?
I did measure it.
How long was the laceration?
I measured it as 2.5 centimeters, which is close to an inch.
Do you examine a person's body before you begin to intrude? Do you examine the outside of a person's body first, or is there a certain procedure or order?
Yes, the external examination is done first, and the internal examination is done second.
I want to show you that photograph that you just recognized, and I would like you to explain what you see to the jury. Ms. Gilman, with your assistance, thank you.
This is the laceration that I noted, and this is the scrape that's associated with it.
Take that down, please. After you make observations, what are your next steps in an autopsy?
The internal examination. After the external is performed and pictures are taken, then we proceed with the internal examination of both the, as I mentioned before, the torso, the body, as well as the head.
I'd like you to take us through the internal examination. Did you have a chance to look internally behind the laceration you saw on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Yes.
And when you did that, could you describe for us what you saw?
Yes. The way we examine the head is we make an incision with a scalpel behind the ear from one side to the other. That allows us to reflect or pull back the scalp, and that will expose the skull underneath. We do this carefully so that we don't disfigure clearly the face. And when we reflected and when we pulled back the scalp, I noted that there was blood, what we call hemorrhage, under the laceration or associated with the laceration on the back of the right head. And then furthermore, there were skull fractures associated with that laceration abrasion on the right side of the head.
Were the skull fractures in the same or different area?
The skull fractures were in multiple areas of the skull, what we call the base of the skull. Imagine the base of the skull is sort of a bowl, and the brain sits on top or in the bowl. When the brain is removed, you can have a very good view of the base of the skull. So when the brain was removed and we were able to look at the base of the skull, I noted that there were multiple fractures that appeared to be originating from the area of the laceration, or what would correspond to the area of the laceration.
When you made your examination of the fractures in the skull, did that lead you to your opinion, or was there more you needed to look at before you came to an opinion about the cause of death?
Well, that was part of the findings that led to my opinion. But yes, I removed the brain, and as is our protocol, I saved the brain in a special solution called formalin that allows the brain to become a little harder, so that our neuropathologist in Boston could go ahead and examine it. Because when I did look at the brain, I noted that there were injuries. There was bleeding on top of the brain. And therefore, I saved it. The brain ultimately went to our Boston office, and our neuropathologist, Dr. Stonebridge, examined it and issued a report.
Did you engage in any type of analysis on your own about any injury to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I noted the kind of injuries I could see superficially on the brain, and I have looked at the brain after it was fixed and pictures of it, but I did not issue a report on it. The whole point was for our neuropathologist to examine it closely and issue a more detailed report.
I have a few more photos. Would now be an appropriate time for a break, Your Honor?
Yes. So, jurors, why don't we take 15 or 20 minutes, okay?
15 or 20 minutes, that would be great, because we are just moments away
We'll all rise to the jury.
moments away from Brian Koberger hearing beginning. We're still waiting for a live stream from the court on that front. So sort of got divided attention here. Coming out. Jurors on the move. Make way, make way. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right, so we've got a teensy bit of a break here. This testimony, this is interesting. The Commonwealth, I sort of made a joke, but the Commonwealth seems to be proving that he wasn't hit by a car. We've got rib fractures that happened right at the sternum, on the what said 4th and 5th on both sides, which would indicate a center pressure, like a sternum type pressure, and these are extremely common with CPR. It's common to break ribs in a car crash, but oftentimes it's not right there unless you're hit right in the center of the chest with something during the crash. Seatbelts can crack ribs. Steering wheels will definitely crack ribs. Airbags can crack ribs, and impacts with any objects can. But usually they're distributed differently in the chest, as opposed to when we see the cracked ribs with CPR, where it's very specific to that area. So so the ribs is not that. The injuries to the hand seems to be from the injection, although there was a bruise, possibly a small bruise on the bottom side of the hand that I saw in the picture. I can't go back on the replay right now because we've got BK coming up on the other screen. It's mostly just a small cut on the left side of the nose, and the cut on the back of the head, and then the skull, broken skull on the back of the head, a tiny abrasion, it looked like pencil eraser size a dot on the side of the knee. It's not making sense to me here, but we'll need some accident reconstruction specialists to come through and put these pieces together and say this is how this actually went down. So it'll make some sense to us, because I don't think the jury right now is left with the impression that, yep, that was a car accident. Small bruises above his knuckles. Correct. I will be able to do replays later, but just the machine that runs replay is currently doing a couple things for Koberger, because the court has stopped using YouTube for their live streams. So let's see. We're going to go live right now on Koberger. Let's see if we can get this pulled up. Still offline. Give me a second here, guys. We've got to catch everything from the Koberger trial, and the court has this nasty little habit of going live right as court begins. No pre-roll, because they're managing the feed themselves out of Idaho. They just sit down and say, "Okay, go live. Welcome, everybody." No fan going on at all. Tower Hill Girl, thank you very much. Congratulations, 26 months. Thank you for your continued support. That is just awesome. Give me a second here to show you what we're doing. We're waiting for the Idaho 4th District Court to get their act together here. We're waiting for the live feed there to come through, and once we have that, that'll be over on Top Mark Media. Meanwhile, we'll stay here with the fan and be watching what happens here. I apologize. I've got to stay right here. There's like 6 things I need to do as soon as this court goes live, and all of them involve me looking at something other than chat. So look at the burner. I sent an image of an overlay of broken pieces of taillight to match some of the scratches. Says Goodman Law. I look at that. What do you think about that? Where the state says the scratches were all superficial, that basically none of them had depth to them. None of them had significant depth. If they had significant depth, she would have measured them. There was no depth measurements given. The reason I ask why that seems strange for the Commonwealth to be, using that evidence in front of the jury, is that the moment the abrasions occur on the arm, if they are caused by the car, includes the moment when there's the most compression of skin with the mass of John O'Keefe and the mass of the car meeting in the most at the closest point, right? If there's any motion, if the arm is sliding, the car is going by it or something like that, it's done when it's compressed. The skin's compressed. There should be deep cuts. In my mind, there should be deep cuts to the arm, especially if we have holes in the sleeve. Why are there only scratches on the arm? I'm not getting it. I don't understand why that's the case here. Idaho is apparently running late. Still waiting for the live stream there. Taillight cannot cover that much of his arm. That question, by the way, Lee, I'm sorry, I can't put it on the screen. That question is one of the reasons why I bought the taillight, and it's coming on Saturday. I want to basically roll the taillight around my arm and see how much of a damage. I mean, if I trace on the taillight the damaged part with ink and roll that damaged part across my arm, giving it the most benefit of coverage, could the area of broken taillight match the area of injury to the arm in various articulation states for the elbow? Bottom of the car could, but they tested the bottom of the car. There was nothing on it. They checked. There was no signs of blood. There was no signs of skin. He sure didn't get run over. There'd be some significant trauma if he got run over. All right, Idaho, come on. me just one moment here. I believe it's from the broken drink glass on the ground, says T. Renee. That's another question. The drink glass, the base of the glass was found with his body, which would sort of indicate... I don't have a better analogy for this. When you're playing baseball, if you swing the bat and hit the ball, and the ball is lower than the center line of the bat, the ball bounces down. If you swing the bat and if the bat is lower than the center line of the ball goes high. So hitting the ball on the bottom side as it's coming towards you will cause a fly ball or a high, arcing ball out deep into the outfield, hopefully, or home run. But where those circles collide make different trajectories. So apply that same principle to the back of a car, where you have one side, the quarter panel, that is sort of parallel to the road, parallel to the curb, and one side that is perpendicular to the curb, and a corner where a body is supposed to meet. The body and the glass probably hit at different places and were projected in different areas based on the mass that they made contact with. The odds of both ending up in the same place seems very low, especially if one of them, if the glass, as the state wants to tell us, impacted just below the windshield on the back of the tailgate. The science part is not working for me. I don't know if they tested the glass for fingerprints. Okay, we're still waiting on Koberger. We're 2 minutes late, and I'm super nervous. Carol, another example might be pool. For those of you that have played pool or billiards or snooker or something, depending on what part of the world you're from, the cue ball and the ball you're hitting are both round, but the trajectory of the cue ball and where on the ball, the front of the ball, you hit the other ball with, it will change. When there's contact, when the two balls come together, if you can draw a line through the widest part of the diameter, the diameter through both balls, a single line through both, that's going to be your trajectory for the ball that's struck, as long as nothing else is moving. I use that idea for the body coming in contact with the car to try to determine where would the body go, and then how would everything that was with the body, like the glass, go to the same place. Doesn't make sense. Brandy witnessed a girl walk to the crosswalk. Truck going 45 miles per hour hit her. She rolled onto a hood. He slammed the brakes. She flew, rolled in the street. She didn't die. I'm not... I don't doubt that at all. I sadly heard a car accident this morning outside my house where a dog got hit just right outside the intersection. And the dog was not happy with being hit. So we have a 30-mile-per-hour street, and we heard the bumper hit and the dog yelp, and then it ran off. So I hope the dog's okay. It's our neighbor's dog that lives down the street and runs free in the town. Okay, we're not getting Koberger. Sorry. Koberger's taken forever to start. I'm not seeing... The court is late, so we might have Karen Reed back from break before Koberger begins. If you don't want to watch Koberger, as soon as it's available, it will be live over on Top Mark Media. I'm just constantly hammering the 4th District Court website to get access, and it's just not available yet. Jen Christie, there's some good people over there watching watching me refresh the page and have been for 10 minutes. So as soon as it becomes available, we'll have it up there. All right. KK Girl, if somebody can say in chat over there that as soon as court starts, it'll begin. I just can't type and refresh and follow everything at the same time. All right. Boom, boom. Court should, by law, they should start on time. Can we make that a rule? Courts and doctors' offices have to be on time. Red, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Lois is over there as well. Got some good mods holding down the fort. Red, let me know if you need me to change the timer on chatting to 5 minutes instead of 1 minute. I do require you to be subscribed. That's one way to sort of cut down on bots, but it's currently at 1 minute. If we get many trolls in there, we'll move it to 5 because trolls cannot survive for 5 minutes without saying something. It's like a fish out of water. They die. They die with that sort of delay. The F5 button's going to fall off. No, it's my finger. It's the mouse. I've been clicking and clicking. The battery's going to go dead on the mouse. What's going to happen? Probably in a sidebar. A couple things. Oh, Samantha, you're good. 5's good. We can leave it right there. I appreciate that, Samantha. Thank you. Couple things that the state still has to do. First of all, we're glad they called the ME. Where eventually the state is going to have, or the Commonwealth, excuse me, Massachusetts. The Commonwealth is eventually going to have the ME admit the cause of death and read what she put on it and why she put it there. And they're not really happy about that. At least Proctor wasn't. Summer Girl, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. That they have to get ahead of that because otherwise defense will. And Brennan has been very good when he knows the points the state is going to make with a certain witness. He likes to beat them to the punch, to take away their mic drop moment. He's only missed one so far, and that was the 2 stickers on the bumper. So we know he's going to get to that, and that's going to be addressed in front of the jury. So that still has to come. We know they have accident reconstruction specialists. I'm very curious if we're going to see Trooper Paul again. I don't know who else they would have. If we get Trooper Paul one more time, Cross is going to be absolutely nutso. It's going to be crazy. Jen Christie, where are you going for BK? If we can put a link to Top Mark Media. Top Mark Media is my other channel. It's going to be a video-only channel with my voice is not going to be there. No overlay. Thank you, Samantha. It's live right now. We're just waiting for the court to go live with their feed. And it's taking its time. Commonwealth hired a new accident reconstruction person. That's because Trooper Paul was terrible with physics. I need to see Trooper Paul again. I need that in my life, says Bree. The poor guy, man. He was just like a deer in the headlights, I think. He came in confident and realized that he was, this is AAA, and he just was not prepared. Pantufle says, if Ann Taylor, talking about the Brian Kohberger case, which is should begin here in just a minute as far as the last pretrial hearing, if Ann Taylor mentions the Dateline episode, I'm going to spit knuckles. They had way more than that info than what Judge Hippler unsealed. Man. Everybody was expecting this to start at 11. We had plenty of notice, and now we have no feed. Amber, if you're not busy, do you want to call 4th District Court and just put a little bug in their ear and say, what you doing? All right. We're going to be back from break here shortly. Is there a time difference? Yes, the time difference is a 2-hour difference. So their time is 9 o'clock, which is their start time. Amber, Idaho 4th District. Supposed to start at 11. Live feed is not turned on. I'm just refreshing the screen over there. Like I've done it probably 200 times. Does anyone else know that phrase? Spit knuckles? Spit nickels. Oh. Spitting knuckles means that somebody punched you in the mouth and you're extracting their hand from your face. It's different when you say spit nickels. I thought that was something to do with hitting the jackpot, like a lottery. Was I anywhere close? All right. So Direct is not done with the ME yet. We're going to go through another batch of photos. A buffer zone has been established. Apparently we're outside the buffer zone. Is it 11 a.m. Idaho time? No, it's 11 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Idaho time. Let's see if we can get this to work here. Court will begin soon. Got it. Oh my goodness, finally. It's up, it's up, it's up. Amber, it's working.
Hey. Well, Denise is still standing outside the courtroom, so they haven't started yet. So we shouldn't have missed anything yet.
Yeah, we've got the court will begin soon logo, so we're up.
I'm gonna chalk it up to technical difficulties that they were having.
You know, it's early. It's like a second Monday. They're in Idaho. You know how they are.
I mean, I can't be in Idaho and everywhere else at the same time and troubleshoot and fix everybody's problems. All right.
This is why you're so good at what you do, Amber. Thank you very much. Appreciate your help.
No problem.
Bye. All right, so sound is up. Red, if you can just give me a thumbs up over here, or just let me know if audio is working great on the Coburger, because right now all they see in Coburger is right here. But we're going to be back in with well, they just I panned away just in time for the camera to get bumped in the Karen Reed trial. So yes, we're in Idaho and in Massachusetts at the same time now. Goodman Law. I'm just giving you a hard time. My wife's from Idaho. That's why I can say that. I'd like to give her a hard time. And no, she didn't grow potatoes. She was a pig farmer. I say that because she was in 4-H and raised a pig. All right, I love Idaho, actually. I've spent a lot of great time up there. Island Park, oh my goodness, talk about beautiful. The mountains up there, the Salmon River, oh, you can't get much better as far as rugged beauty. Idaho has it in spades. I mean, you think it's all like Montana, Wyoming, but Idaho has it, and they've got gems, they've got gold, they've got lava. I mean, they've got all sorts of stuff. So Idaho is one of my favorite states, and they have potatoes, loads of them. Was I living in my own private Idaho? That would be nice. Who sings that? You're living in your own private Idaho. Oh, man. The band is escaping me. I should know this one. B-52s. Those are the B-52s. All right. Getting some pictures from court outside. Denise is like number one in line. That's crazy. My Old Bay goldfish are arriving today. Pepperidge Farm, hit me up. I've been to your factory there in Smithfield or Logan, Utah. I'm not sure. Smithfield, Logan, Utah. Amazing. I bought straight from the factory. I've bought in bulk. I've bought to the stores. This is the best product you've ever made. This is it. Goldfish with Old Bay seasoning. You can pretty much stop making all the others now because you found the winner. This one is so good. Sadly, not a sponsor yet. Let's see. It's the court feed is up right now on Brian Koberger. So right now the feed that says court will begin soon that looks like this is up on Top Mark Media. But when you watch on Top Mark, it's going to be like that. So it's up. It's already running. As soon as court begins, the audio will just kick in. You won't miss a moment. I'm also recording it here, so I'll have my own personal copy, and it will be up live on Top Mark Media. And there's already, 60, 70 people over there chatting about the case. If you want to go hang out there, that would be great as well. Or you can watch both if you're so inclined. But we'll be back from break here in just a moment. It looks like we've gone over our 20 minutes. Looks like we took about 25 minutes here in Massachusetts. So we're about to be back. So Denise is uploading pictures from the Brian Koberger case as she's outside court right now. She's got a view of the courtroom, the observers who were there, keeping us up to date on what's happening, as well as a picture of herself if you want to play Spot the Denise. Those are going to be over on Facebook as well. So join us over on Facebook. Make sure when you apply, don't just say join Recovery Addict Facebook. On the page, scroll down. Scroll down. Don't just click apply because you've missed the questions down below. There are a handful of questions. You have to answer each one. It's how we make sure you're not a bot. Just do your best. Do your best. If you don't know the answer, make something up. But answer each question, or else we will deny it, and we'll make you do it over and over and over again. And we don't want to do that. It's not that we're being mean. It's just we like to keep bots out. Mindy, send a text to the burner. I will check it right now, Mindy. Thank you. My stress levels dropped so much now that we've got Coburger's thing working. As long as we have the proper audio, which everything's turned on correctly, I've got no worries. Let's see. Mindy, it sounds awesome. I have to tell you, I've never eaten blue crab. I live in North Carolina. I've never had blue crab. I'm a chicken when it comes to that. I'm scared. First of all, because my first experience with the blue crab was digging one up with my metal detector, because I didn't realize that metal detectors can find crabs buried in the sand. It can. I don't know why. It shouldn't. Okay, there should be no metal in the crab. But that first blue crab, I thought, oh, cool, the crab. Let me pick it up. Those things have the claws, the speed of a scorpion, and their reach is incredible. They can reach around and get you from like a mile away, and they got two of them. And once they get you, they do not let go until they get their pound of flesh. So now I'm not super excited about eating one because I just remember nearly dying to one. But it sounds cool. Yes, you can take pictures in the courthouse as long as it's in the public accessible areas. You cannot take pictures of any courtroom in session unless the judge allows it. There are some courts. We've actually watched trials where people, usually reporters only, are allowed to just take their phone and take pictures. Usually flash photography is not allowed in any court. But the number one thing to do when you show up to court is ask the question first. Oftentimes they'll have a list of courtroom decorum rules, sometimes specific to each case or specific to a judge. I'd go through and understand everything about them because it will tell you what you can and can't do. And in some courts, they don't allow you to bring pencil and paper unless you're a reporter. That's just the way it is. In other courts, everyone's allowed to bring their laptop. And as long as you're not like playing music, anything goes. There are some courts, San Antonio, Texas, Judge Boyd's court. Show up with the camera, film it. It's great, no problem. Other courts, you have to literally apply through the state, like New Hampshire. We've had to apply through the state and get approved as a media outlet. So I'm listed up there next to CNN as a media outlet so we can get coverage from court. It's just different. So just, if you're going to be a court watcher, do follow the rules. We don't want to do anything that would jeopardize the access that we have to the courtroom. Brian and still's trying to get in the courtroom. It looks like they are delayed today. You have to go to Maryland for blue crab.
You are unmuted.
Hey, we're back. Luke McFadden. Luke McFadden blue crabs. Are they the best? He's up there in Maryland, right?
Back in session, you may be seated.
I'm covering two right now.
So you wanted to see me?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay, over here or?
At sidebar. Quick reminder, we just had a lot of people just apply to go to Facebook. I'm not going to out you all. I can't see your names. Some of you neglected to answer the questions. We do need answers to the questions. That's the only way we can tell if you're a bot or not.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar. Always be a good citizen when going to court. I agree, Shark. The problem with, if you do something wrong in court, the problem is you have both the police officer, who's in the form of the bailiff, and the judge in the same place. So justice is quick. You could be like, I didn't know it was wrong, and then immediately be locked up in jail that fast. I'm held in contempt. Oh my goodness. holy cow, that escalated quickly. If you do something wrong in the public, the police might give you a citation, then you appear before the judge, you have some time to think about it, talk to a lawyer, all that. In the courtroom, the judge rules, and you might not like what they say, but they sort of get to say whatever they want. And if you have a problem with it, you can file a motion if you have grounds to do so. Gina D, it's a lot of work, but we do I maintain a media company, an official media company, and it does media work off YouTube as well. So I do media production with that. So we're not just a YouTube channel seeking access. There's some things I do in the media company that never go on YouTube. I put some Old Bay spices in a small container of flavor blasted extra cheddar goldfish. Oh, baby. Ron, is there some way to take those intravenously? Asking for a friend. Probably don't want to see the autopsy photos. These might be more graphic in nature. Autopsies, there's no privacy in an autopsy, right? Everything is photographed as is, and there's probably going to be instructions to the court, specifically the cameraman, not to film it. Christine, if you really want to see autopsy photos, a lot of them have been released. Let me make this. I'm not pointing the finger at saying you guys are yucky or sick or anything else to do that. A lot of times I want to see the autopsy photo as well, and I understand that 100%. If you see them, if you find them online, be considerate when it comes to the family members. They are, for one reason or another, following the case. They have a vested interest in this case. Don't just dump them in social media. Don't just, hey, check out these photos. Here's what the court's not showing you. Be aware that for us, this can be informative. Sometimes it's even entertainment. But for them, they are real people, and this is what they're living through. Just be extra cautious, especially when it comes to sensitive photos like that, where a family is still grieving and going through losing a child. Whether or not you agree with the state, it doesn't matter. Just be respectful, and that's all I ask. And don't post it on our page. We try to keep our YouTube page, not YouTube, but our Facebook page sort of family friendly. We have a lot of younger court watchers that some of them do have access there. So we're not going to do the graphic pictures there. Funny story, I took a trip to the Northeast a few decades ago, or New England a few decades ago. They treated a clam chowder recipe for a bottle of Old Bay that was cold to them. Yeah. Jennifer, no, this is a great point. You did not miss it. And oh my goodness, why? Why did they show blank papers that were filled out but no markings, and then use the laser to show us? Can we not get an Elmo in here, mark up a sheet, and put that up so a laser with its shakiness, the green dot, you may or not see the reflection on the TV from across the room. That's what the jury has to go on about the injuries and where they were located. Obviously, the pictures are probably best evidence, but it was a different way to have that presented. But I think it was the same as last time, if I remember correctly. Why do they start with a sidebar every time? Virginia? My theory is because both the prosecution and defense have teams of people who are watching online, and they watch and they read our questions, they read our commentary and our observations. And if something happens that they missed, especially if it's about the other side doing something wrong, like, hey, did you just see that, I'll make something absurd that has not happened, that Alan Jackson just did the double-fisted bird to the judge. He didn't. Right? But if we caught something like that happened and the prosecution and the judge hadn't seen it, prosecution might say, hey, we were just made aware during the break, Judge, we need to go to sidebar. It could be something like that. It could also be something regarding scheduling where they're like, this is what's coming up, Judge. We talked about this and argued about this pre-trial. We still don't have an agreement. We need you to rule on what's going to be allowed in and what's not. It could be something benign that way. But I'd like to think they're reading our chat.
Yes.
Here we go. We're back. You can. But are you?
Tori, I'm going to give you those. Those were both marked for ID. So one will be coming into evidence and one will be a chalk. So you may need to have them available for the witness.
We are dangerously close to seeing the jurors. Oh, it looks out. Jurors are not present right now.
You consider stand wherever you're more comfortable, Doctor, for now.
A proffer. We have a proffer. Unless the jury gets brought in. Oh, we're waiting for the jury. Okay, never mind. We're all set up. Lally's standing. He's more comfortable standing right now. Amber, thanks for this reminder. A lot of those autopsy photos, if it's available, you can find it on Discord. You can dive as deep as you want into these cases on Discord. If it's publicly available, oftentimes, even if it costs money to get, they often get access to some of those documents. Another reason to go over there and boost their page if you find what is over there useful to you or you like it. My theory on sidebars to Sharkey is they're playing bingo together. Okay, Koberger just started. Koberger just fired up. It's right here, just so you know. All right, now I'm set. I've got Koberger in my right ear and going through the earbud. Just waiting for the jury here.
Notice in session, please be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Doctor, when we left off, you had described all the injuries to the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe, and we had talked about your observations of both the fractures in his skull and also your observation of Mr. O'Keefe's brain. You mentioned earlier that you use other resources, other testing. Did you ask for any type of assistance on toxicology analysis for Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is routine, and it is protocol to submit toxicology specimens to the lab for examination.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the report of toxicology from the State Police Crime Lab for Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy.
Have you seen that document before?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the report we saw before?
Yes.
Do I introduce this as the next exhibit, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 161.
Thank you. I have that in front of me. Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In your experience, Doctor, are you familiar what the toxicology report and the testing involves?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Are you familiar in your experience with what is involved in a toxicology test?
In general terms, yes.
And if you studied Mr. O'Keefe's toxicology report, was that important or part of your analysis in your ultimate conclusions?
It was one piece of evidence that I took into consideration, yes.
In the toxicology testing, is there a search to see if there are any type of drugs or medications in Mr. O'Keefe's blood?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any?
There were no prescription medications. There were no illicit drugs in his system.
In a toxicology, is there also a testing for blood alcohol content?
Yes.
What is the difference between ethanol in heart blood and ethanol under 1102?
In vitreous humor?
Yes.
So we usually submit multiple specimens for toxicology. Some of the specimens are used for screening of classes of different drugs, and then other specimens are used to confirm, the presence and quantify a particular drug. So in this particular case, the lab tested the heart blood, which showed that it had an ethanol level of 0.21 grams per deciliter. And they also tested the vitreous, which is the fluid that sits behind the eyeball. And in that specimen, the ethanol was slightly higher at 0.28.
Thank you, doctor. After your autopsy and observations of Mr. O'Keefe's body, inevitably did you come to a conclusion about the manner and cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death? And I'll ask you first about the cause. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you reach a conclusion about the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes. The cause of death was determined to be blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
You mentioned two different things, blunt impact and hypothermia. Was
Correct.
there a primary cause of death in your opinion?
The blunt impact injuries of head.
Hypothermia, was that sufficient to be a primary cause of death in your opinion?
In the absence of head trauma, hypothermia is a cause of death, but I'm not able to make that determination in this case because we do have the blunt impact injuries of head.
So if I understand, you are not saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that hypothermia was the cause of death?
Not the primary. It contributed, but the primary cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head.
Did you learn what Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was when he was brought to the hospital?
Yes, some of the medical records stated that his body temperature was 80.1, I believe, degrees Fahrenheit.
And what is a normal body temperature?
98.6.
Regarding the blunt force injuries as the cause of death to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point when you were conducting your autopsy, or even at the end when you drew your conclusions, were you able to reach a conclusion as to the manner of Mr. O'Keefe's death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No, I was not.
That's the homicide. Was it homicide? Was it accident?
After you complete your findings, including the manner of death and the cause of death, even if undetermined, are you required by statute, by law, to file a report or a document?
Yes.
And what is that document?
It's the death certificate.
Did you do so in this case?
Yes.
When you file a death certificate, do you include your ultimate conclusions regarding cause and manner of death?
Yes. There is a death certificate that is issued immediately after the autopsy. The death certificate is a document that is necessary for the family in order to make funeral arrangements and proceed with their plans. So a death certificate is always issued at the end of the autopsy. If the cause and manner of death are known at that point, they are stated on the death certificate. If they are not, or if we need to do additional studies, then both the cause and the manner are listed as pending. And that death certificate is sufficient for the family to make arrangements. Later, as we get more information, as we get more results from our studies back, we issue an amended death certificate. So that amended death certificate will have a cause and a manner. The amended death certificate in this case stated that the cause was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and the manner was undetermined.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the final or amended death certificate for Mr. O'Keefe, stating that the cause of death is blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and that the manner of death could not be determined.
Do you recognize that document as accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Exhibit 162.
After issuing the death certificate and after the 90 days passed, have you done any further study or investigation on this case, Doctor?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Here we go. Mr. Alessi on cross.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
We have not had the pleasure of meeting, so good morning, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
Good morning.
With regard to cause of death as opposed to manner of death, is it correct that a forensic pathologist is tasked with determining that cause of death that includes contributing factors, injuries, and circumstances regarding the medico-legal death investigation? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And I'm using the term medico-legal. Is that a term that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And is it correct that medico-legal means, particularly for medical examiners, that there's a medical aspect to the investigation that you perform, and there's also a legal aspect or a law enforcement aspect to it? Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's a little different than what physicians usually do, right? Because isn't it the ordinary course that it's mostly just medical, but medical examiners by statute and law need to have both of those prongs taken into consideration? Do I have that right?
Yes.
So, in other words, the forensic pathologist, which you've indicated you are, is tasked with determining the cause of death, which answers the question as to why, in more layman's terms, why did the individual's body stop functioning at a particular time, correct?
Yes.
So more broadly, the cause of death is generally defined as the disease or the injury that resulted in the death of a person.
Correct.
So let's now, if we could please, move to the manner of death. And I'd like to summarize, I know you covered it on direct, but I want to put it in a slightly different context, and hopefully I'll get it right. So medical examiners, as you've stated, are also tasked with, if they can, determining the manner of death or the circumstances under which the death occurred, correct?
Correct.
So manner can and does involve the circumstances under which the death occurred.
Yes.
And that causes one to go a little, the medical examiner to go beyond just medical analysis. You take into consideration other factors which we'll get to. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you talked about, and I'm just going to go through them quickly, but if you could just check me on this, the 5 main categories of manner of death. So you've talked about natural causes, correct?
Yes.
You talked about accident.
Correct.
You talked about suicide. You talked about homicide. And then the last category, undetermined. Do I have that correct?
Yes, you do.
So what I'd like to do is to focus on the undetermined category. And my understanding is, Doctor, that that's where you landed, that's where you concluded with regard to manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
So undetermined is a term that is used and that you use, and does that mean that when the information pointing to one manner is not more compelling than other reasonable possibilities, or the death investigation lacks sufficient information to opine on a manner of death, at the time of death, the certificate is signed? Is that generally correct?
Yes.
So, as we've talked about, I'm just trying to follow or just develop some logic and see if this is in agreement with you, that as a medical examiner, you're specifically tasked with conducting that medical legal investigation, and what we've just talked about is a bit of the method of analysis that you go through for that, correct?
I conduct the autopsy, and I request information information from the investigative body that is out there investigating the other aspect of the case, not the body itself.
Yes. So, is it correct that there's 4 general components to a forensic pathologist's death investigation? Is scene investigation one of the components?
It depends on the jurisdiction where you practice. Scene investigation is part of forensic pathology in certain jurisdictions, and it is the responsibility of the district attorney and law enforcement in other jurisdictions. In the state of Massachusetts, we are responsible for the autopsy, and the DA's office and law enforcement are responsible for the scene investigation.
Excellent. So scene investigation in the state of Massachusetts is not within your domain in the office of the medical examiner. That is the domain of the district attorney and law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
How about another aspect, forensic autopsy and laboratory testing? That's within your domain, correct?
Correct.
And how about police reports and witness statements?
That is not under my jurisdiction. That is under the district attorney's office and the police.
Do you consider information, nonetheless, from police reports and witness statements in your analysis?
Yes.
And do you also consider, even though it's not within your jurisdiction in Massachusetts, do you also consider information about scene investigation?
Yes.
So it's correct then that you consider, whether it's within your jurisdiction or not, you consider scene investigation and police reports and medical statements, correct?
Yes.
And then forensic autopsy and laboratory testing is right within your jurisdiction, and therefore, of course, you consider that. And then lastly, medical history and hospital records, is it therefore, am I correct that that's something within your jurisdiction and that you consider in performing your forensic pathologist's death investigation?
Yes.
So now let's move on to the application of those principles. So in order to conduct a proper medical legal investigation, the medical examiner has to have certain qualities, if you will. Is one of them being well-grounded in general medical knowledge?
Yes.
Is another appropriate training and experience in forensic pathology?
Yes.
In other words, you wouldn't want a specialist, for example, in cardiology without anything more to be conducting a death investigation. Is that correct?
I would not want them to be conducting an autopsy, correct?
Right. Would you want a neurologist to conduct a death investigation?
Personally, or are you asking me that? No, I don't think every physician has their specialty and their training, and forensic pathologists are trained to perform autopsies, and cardiac surgeons are trained to perform cardiac surgery.
Would you want a neurosurgeon to be conducting a death investigation?
To be performing an autopsy? No.
So you wouldn't want a neurosurgeon to perform an autopsy?
No.
Because you don't believe they're qualified to do so, correct?
I don't believe they've had the appropriate training to perform an autopsy.
Going back into the many qualities of a medical examiner and attributes, they also have to have the ability to form opinions based upon all the available information using the scientific method along with sound reasoning. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the term scientific method?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the scientific method generally is sort of a systematic pursuit of knowledge that involves recognition and definition of a problem? Is that fair?
Yes.
Is it also involve the collection of data through observation and experimentation where appropriate?
Correct.
Does the scientific method also include the analysis of data?
Yes.
Does the scientific method also include the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses?
Yes.
And does it also, where possible, include the selection of a final hypothesis after considering other hypotheses?
Correct.
So what we've just discussed is a fair explication, a fair explanation of the scientific method. Correct. And the scientific method is part of the autopsy and forensic pathology analysis, correct?
Correct.
Now, apply applying one concept, that medical legal concept we talked about, just holding for a moment, if you could, the medical and going to the legal, if you will, law enforcement that you said in Massachusetts is not under your jurisdiction, but nonetheless you consider information arising from it.
Yes.
Are you familiar with a person named Michael Proctor? Is that name familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And at one time, Michael Proctor was a trooper, correct?
Correct.
And so did former Trooper Proctor inform you of the working law enforcement theory at the time of the investigation of this matter, namely his working theory, a collision of a motor vehicle with a pedestrian? Did he inform you of that?
He informed our office of that, yes.
He informed your office. And is it fair to say that he informed your office or provided that information to your office in or about February of 2022?
That information, part of that information was provided to our office at the time of the autopsy. One of the pieces of information that had come in, and there were multiple sources calling into our office providing information, was that this was a possible person struck by a motor vehicle.
And the time of the autopsy, if I have it correctly, was that around the end of January of 2022?
The autopsy was January 31st.
Your Honor, if I could, with your permission, please publish a photograph which Your Honor has and the parties have stipulated, or that's in evidence. And this is the one. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I show that to the witness?
Okay. All right, so we will mark this as the next exhibit. There's no objections to Brennan?
No objection.
Okay, so we'll mark it first and then you can display it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 163.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, if I could hand that to you, please. You can take a look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, you can just look back up, and I'll proceed at that time.
Yes, I recognize the picture. Well, I've never seen this picture before, but I know what it's depicting.
Thank you. What is depicted in that picture?
It's a picture of two individuals standing in a morgue setting, which looks very similar to our morgue at the Cape Cod office.
Very good. If you could just hold that for a moment, and with the court's permission, could I publish that for the jury?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? And if you could please zoom in on the two individuals in that picture.
Is that a Proctor?
Dr. Scordi-Bello, do you recognize any of the individuals in that picture?
To be perfectly honest, no, I don't.
With regard to the person on the right, do you recognize that person?
No, I don't.
And you said you recognize the setting, correct?
Yes.
And you, if I heard you correctly, you said this is the Cape Cod facility?
It appears to be, correct.
Right. So you testified earlier, if I recall correctly, that the autopsy was performed at the Cape Cod facility of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes, it was.
And you're normally in, as I recall, the Westfield, in an office that covers Western Massachusetts and Westfield?
Correct.
But you were at the Cape Cod facility, as I understand it, because there was a staff shortage and you had to travel down to Cape Cod for this. Is this correct?
Correct.
So you weren't at your normal home base sort of facility. This is a facility that you went to for this autopsy, correct?
For this autopsy and multiple others, yes.
Yes. And you were covering a staff shortage, and that was the reason you went to Cape Cod, correct?
Correct.
And what's depicted in this picture are two individuals. For two individuals to be present, is there a protocol that they had to follow to be present for that, like a sign-in or an authorization?
Yes, there is a sign-in sheet that individuals have to put their name and their shield number and before they can come into the autopsy room.
So they have to put a shield number down, correct? You mentioned a shield number.
Yes.
And does that therefore mean that even though you don't know who they are, that they are with law enforcement? Are you able to discern that?
Correct. I believe they were with law enforcement.
So those two individuals were with law enforcement, but you don't know who they are.
I don't know who they are specifically and what their actual position was.
But they were with law enforcement.
I believe, if my memory serves me right, there was a person from crime scene investigation and someone from state police. But I'm working on a 2+ year memory.
Fair. That's fair. That's fair. I'm not going to ask you more questions to probe the memory. We can take that down. And yeah, we are finished with that. If you could hand that to the, thank you. Now, we were speaking about former Trooper Proctor. Do you recall former Trooper Proctor sending you a copy of scene photographs and wanting to schedule a phone call with you so that he could explain the status of his investigation? You recall that?
Yes.
And that occurred approximately in March of 2022?
Yes, approximately.
Right. And the method of communication of that was that by email, to the best of your recollection?
I requested that our medical legal investigator, we have our own investigators at the office that are responsible for obtaining medical records and sometimes being the liaison between us and law enforcement to get reports. I requested that she contact whoever was in charge of the investigation and set up a meeting, a phone call. So since it had already been a few weeks since the autopsy, I wanted to make sure that if there was any additional information that could be provided to me, I could take it into account, because I had 90 days to issue a report and a death certificate on this case.
Now, you've mentioned the 90 days on direct. You just mentioned it now. Is the 90 days a hard and fast rule, or is it just something you aspire to as a matter of good practices?
It's not a hard and fast rule. It's something that as an office we try to achieve. Again, the reason being that there are family members, next of kin that are waiting for these reports and these death certificates for various reasons. So is it possible to go over the 90 days? Absolutely, if necessary. But we do try to finish our part in those 90 days.
So it's possible to go past the 90 days, but there would, given the considerations you just articulated, there'd have to be a pretty good reason why you'd want to do that, right?
Correct.
And in this situation, you concluded that you had sufficient information on the medical side and the legal side to come to the conclusions that you needed to come to. Is that fair?
Well, I had sufficient information on the medical side because I did the autopsy and I had those findings. I did not have sufficient information that pointed to one manner of death over another manner of death, and therefore I stated that the manner of death was undetermined.
Exactly. So the manner of death is undetermined, and I want to, if I could with you, pursue that a little bit in a moment. But when you came toward the end of that 90-day period, you had information from the law enforcement side on their theory of what had happened, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
I'll let that one stand.
You had performed all of the medical investigation and analysis that you needed to perform, is that correct?
Yes.
There wasn't something more that you wanted to do on the medical side. You had mentioned, to be fair, you had Dr. Stonebridge involved as well. You had what you needed on that side, correct?
Yes.
And you therefore concluded on the manner of death that there was a not more compelling or more likely than other reasonable possibilities. Is that fair?
Yes.
So in furtherance of that, on April 14th of 2022, you issued a death certificate, correct?
Yes.
And please feel free to check your report of any dates or any other particular as I go through.
Okay. I issued my final report on April 14th, correct? And I would assume that the death certificate was on or around that same day.
Thank you. Now, to back up a little bit with regard to the autopsy, as you stated, it was conducted, I just want to do a little bit of a timeline, on January 31st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And we discussed that the body of Mr. O'Keefe was presented to the Cape Cod location, correct?
Yes.
And you also discussed that you brought Dr. Stonebridge to work with you on this matter, correct?
She didn't physically come to the office. The way Dr. Stonebridge was involved is at the time of autopsy, when the brain was removed, having seen that there were injuries, I saved the brain in a special solution, and then the brain was transported to our facility in Boston. That's where Dr. Stonebridge examines the specimens. And after examining the brain, she issued a report.
Who asked Dr. Stonebridge to become involved in the matter?
I did.
And Dr. Stonebridge is triple board certified, correct?
Correct.
She's a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
That means she's achieved board certification in forensic pathology like you?
Do you know that?
I do.
I'll allow that.
Yes, she is board certified in forensic pathology.
I do.
And she is board certified in general pathology, correct?
Yes.
And she's board certified in neuropathology, correct?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe to the jury what neuropathology is?
Neuropathology is a subset or specific additional training in forensic pathology where the person spends a considerable amount of time, usually 1 to 2 years, examining brains and learning all about the diseases of the brain as well as trauma to the brain.
Now, you asked her to be involved, as you indicated earlier, correct?
Yes.
And you determined that she should be involved because there was a brain injury, correct?
There was trauma to the brain, correct?
Trauma to the brain. Is it a fair characterization that Dr. Stonebridge is sort of the brains of the brain area of autopsy? Is that fair?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on.
So, with regard to Dr. Stonebridge, would you agree that she's really uniquely qualified in some ways? Or how would you describe her qualifications, Dr. Stonebridge?
Sustained.
With regard to Dr. Stonebridge, what did she do?
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Guess who the Commonwealth is not going to call up and have testify? I'm guessing Stonebridge. Dr. Stonebridge. Alessi is hitting his stride here. The witness seems to enjoy answering questions that the defense presents to her, which is interesting. I am doing the dual listening right now. We have the judge going in my earbud in this ear. Up in the Brian Koberger case, which is live on Top Mark Media right now, they're just talking about jury selection and the rules about how that's going to go. The judge is going to say he's seating a panel of 20, meaning 8 alternates in the Brian Koberger case. He added 2 to his proposed 18 total before. So lots of interesting stuff. It's a little bit dry over there in Brian Koberger right now. They have not yet addressed the issue of the evidence that needs to be allowed in and what will be allowed and what won't be. They're still talking about jury selection process, how they're going to bring in panels, how many panels a day. They want 50 people after they've passed the 4-cause exclusions. 50 people will be the juror pool before the peremptory strikes come in. All right. This is one of the weaker parts of the Commonwealth's case. They would have loved it. They would have loved it if the ME came in. The ME came in and testified to the injuries and said this was homicide. They didn't get that. Instead, she said it's undetermined. And we've got this blunt force to the head, and we have hypothermia as a contributing factor. So they wanted something better than that. It's not impossible to have a conviction without the ME saying it's homicide, but it's more rare. Will defense call the other ME? They're going to call somebody else, I think. The weaker part is facts. They have the state has a lot of circumstantial evidence, which, viewed from a distance, is very compelling. It's in the minutia. There's a new word for today. The minutia that I start having questions. This feels very underwhelming for testimony for the ME. Usually you get the most information from them. This seems bad for the state. They have to bring it out. And they have to bring it out because the defense will if they don't. Looks like sidebar's over here.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, have you, are you aware of an attorney named, or excuse me, a doctor named Azik Wolf?
No, I'm not.
Now I'd like to move on to another category. Based on the information that was presented to you as part of your examination and analysis, is it correct that you presume that because Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in the snow and his body temperature was 80 degrees, that he died from hypothermia as one of the causes?
I reached that conclusion after performing the autopsy and after seeing some findings that were consistent with hypothermia and then combined with the information that was provided to me about Mr. O'Keefe's body being found in the snow, I came to the conclusion that was one of the things that contributed.
Did you consider whether there may have been other reasons as to why his body reached that temperature of 80 degrees? Sort of applying the scientific method and seeing if there were other reasons?
Other than being out in the snow? No, I do not.
Do you know whether there are other alternative reasons how his body could reach the temperature of 80 degrees?
People can become hypothermic for other reasons, such as sepsis. But in this particular case, I didn't have any reason to believe that that was part of the circumstances.
You're familiar with the medical phrase differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
And a differential diagnosis is a term that's used by doctors to pursue other potential causes of a medical injury. Is that a fair general statement?
Yes.
So, for example, if somebody is having difficulty breathing, a doctor may say, I think it's the heart as their primary hypothesis, but they may want to differentially diagnose this and look at the lungs. Is that an example of a differential diagnosis let's look at the lungs to see if that may be the problem? Is that a good, fair example?
In the example you're giving, yes.
So applying that concept, and do you believe the concept of, applying that concept to this situation, did you perform a differential diagnosis as to the cause of the death and question whether there was hypothermia as any cause of the death of the decedent? Did you make that analysis?
I looked at the anatomic findings that I had at the time of autopsy, the information that was provided to me based on the circumstances and where the body was found, and I came to the conclusion that there were hypothermic changes in Mr. O'Keefe's body.
So you just used the phrase hypothermic changes. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Can there be hypothermic changes without a cause of death being hypothermia?
Yes, of course.
So you can have signs in the body of hypothermia, but you can also conclude that a cause of death is not from hypothermia, correct?
If the person is deceased and I am examining the body and there are multiple things that I believe contribute to the death, then I tend to include all of them. Meaning that if this was a drug intoxication and the body also showed signs of hypothermia, I would include both of them on the death certificate, because there is no scientific way of teasing out whether it was just one or the other or both. In this particular case, I had two processes that were going on. One was the head trauma, and the other one were these hypothermic changes. I put all that together, and again, included or took into account the investigative information of where the body was found, what the temperature was when the body was found, whether the person was still alive or not, and I came to the conclusion that the cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head, and I included the hypothermia because I saw during the autopsy that there were changes consistent with hypothermia.
So I want to break that down a little bit, if I could, with you. So you testified on direct, and I think you alluded to it here, that the primary cause of death, use that phraseology on direct, was blunt force injury. Is that correct?
Blunt impact injuries to the head, yes.
Blunt impact injuries to the head. And that's the primary cause, right?
Correct.
And then there's, and I'm not clear on what you refer to on your right as a secondary cause of death of hypothermia, but you've used a little different phrase in some of your answers, and I want to make sure I got it right. Hypothermic considerations. Can you repeat what it was?
I said hypothermic changes.
Hypothermic changes, and we agree that you can have hypothermic changes without a conclusion of hypothermia, correct?
No, hypothermic changes are what I'm referring to are actual things that I can see in the organs that are consistent with hypothermia. They're anatomic findings. They're things I can see with my eyes.
So you can, I'm sorry, did you finish?
And those changes suggest and are consistent with someone being hypothermic.
As you sit here now, with regard to, you used the phraseology consistent with hypothermia, signs of hypothermia, that's what I want to pursue just a little bit with regard to further information. We got started on this by asking whether you used the concept of differential diagnosis and hypotheses to determine the cause and manner of death. And you said in one of your answers that you relied upon law enforcement information, correct? Is that
Yes.
part of it? It was you brought that up. You're the one who said you relied upon that, correct?
Yes.
And you've brought that up on your direct testimony and earlier in the cross. Is that correct, that you relied upon the investigation of law enforcement? So,
Sustained.
so now what I'd like to do is to ask you whether, using the concepts of differential diagnosis, scientific method, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have died somewhere other than where the body was found and been moved and placed in the snow? Did you consider that?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Move along with this. We can approach in a bit.
Thank you.
May we approach?
What, if any, alternative diagnoses did you apply to Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand your question.
What alternative scenarios did you look at, if any, for the cause or manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I'll allow that question. What, if any?
Got a what, if any, from Alessi?
At the time of the autopsy, I documented injuries and signs of hypothermia. I was provided with a set of circumstances, and at the end of the investigation, or at the end of my timeline, I concluded on the cause, but I did not conclude, or I did not determine a manner. The manner would be the circumstances you are speaking about, whether I considered other causes or circumstances.
This is important.
That's not how it works. I don't come up with hypothetical scenarios on how those injuries occur. I try to state the injuries, describe the injuries, state the cause of death and why that person died. And then I use all kinds of other investigative information that is provided to me to determine if I have enough to make a determination on the manner.
Did anyone provide to you any alternatives as to the finding of the body of Mr. O'Keefe in the snow?
Personally, to me, no.
Did you ask for any alternatives to the nature and location of the injury or death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked for all the information that was available.
Understood, but my question is, did you ask for any alternatives to the information that was provided to you as regards the location of the injuries? Did anyone provide you any alternatives to where the injuries could have occurred?
No.
So
I'm going to let the answer stand. So the answer is no, so there's no evidence of that. So next question.
So you talked about the information you had at the time. What time is that?
The information at the time was a preliminary police report and verbal communications regarding the circumstances of how Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And when I asked about the time, I'm not calendar time. Was this January, February, March, April of 2022?
The preliminary police report was on the day of the autopsy, and then information, I don't remember exactly how long, but in the weeks following, information was, coming in.
Do you have the ability to amend a death certificate?
Yes, I do.
And you can amend a certificate if you obtain further information with regard to the circumstances surrounding the death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In your previous answers, you were talking about the information you had at the time. And I'm concluding that the latest that would be is April of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you obtained or been provided with further information? In other words, information after April of 2022 regarding the cause or manner of death?
What do you mean, have I been provided? Has someone physically provided me with a report on different circumstances?
Well, what I'm just talking about is any other information that you have received and therefore considered in terms of the analysis with regard to the cause or manner of death.
Received in what way?
Here's what I'll do. I'll be a little more specific. What I want to do is to get at the head injury of the decedent, okay? Is it fair to say that the head injury, you called it a traumatic, state what you phrased that as, because I want to use your phraseology.
Blunt impact injuries of the head.
So blunt impact injuries of the head. Is it fair to say that that was a very severe injury?
It was a severe injury, correct.
And would Mr. O'Keefe had been rendered unconscious nearly instantaneously with death following shortly thereafter?
It's very possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that's what would have occurred?
I can't tell you how quickly he would have been rendered unconscious, but at some point after that injury, yes, he would have been rendered unconscious.
Is it possible he could have been rendered unconscious immediately?
So she's answered it this way. I think you need another person for that. Let's move on from that, Mr. Lessing.
You made your own determination of the cause of death, correct?
Yes, that's my job.
Understood. And what I want to do is to pursue the basis of your determination. So you used the phrase brain impact injury.
Blunt impact.
A blunt impact injury. Have I got that correct?
Blunt impact injuries of head, yes.
Of head, right. And that's your conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Based upon your conclusion, did you make any determination as to whether the decedent would be able to carry out any purposeful movement after that injury?
Define purposeful movement.
Sure. I'm talking about the ability to perhaps manipulate their hands.
I don't know.
Did you make any determination as to whether they would be able to engage in any cognitive functions, meaning processing things and making decisions?
I did not make that determination, no.
Did you observe any pattern to the injuries to the head of the decedent?
A pattern? I observed that there were injuries to the back of the head as well as other internal injuries to the base of the skull, as well as the brain.
Your Honor, if we could please publish, I'm just going to check to make sure they're in. If we could, Your Honor, publish 160 that is in evidence. But before we do, Mr. Wolf, I would like to approach Your Honor and let you know in case there's anything further that needs to be done. Thank you.
Is there? Did you show it to Mr. Brown?
It's already been agreed to as in evidence.
Okay.
It is in evidence.
Oh, it's in evidence?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure
Shines the laser at
that
herself.
Your Honor wanted to make it. If not,
So why don't you come over here? Because why don't you come over to side?
Quick sidebar. The judge is reining in Alessi a little bit as he's trying to explore the possibilities of what else could have caused these injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, of what other scenarios could have taken place to cause those hypothermic changes in his body. And the Commonwealth not liking any of it, getting a lot of sustained objections. So we might have a little longer sidebar here. Quick update on Brian Kober. In my right ear, the judge is speaking right now, talking about the broadcast of the trial. They intend to show virtually everything. I have not heard that we would get to see video. So if there's any video shown, we might not see it. And this is terrible because there's a lot of it. But I'm sorry, I've got two things going in my ears. Anyway, the judge is very strongly leaning on the open to the public and broadcast. He is going to control it on his channel, but it's going to be open. Only people he's allowing to not appear on camera in the Brian Kober case are the two victims. Even undercover officers will have to testify with their face on camera. One thing I can really count on Mr. Alessi is to be able to, in argument with the judge, get to where he wants to go. He's very good at this. He's very good at laying the foundation to get to the questions he wants. So even though these objections were sustained, he might be successfully arguing to go back and revisit those now. And we'll see if he does when he comes back and gets back to the same questions. The judge said the only undercover people he would consider not showing their face in court in the Brian Koberger case are people who were undercover in this case. So if they were not undercover in Brian Koberger, but R and other things, their face will be shown here. Yes, that is Vinny. Top left. All right. Yeah, they're not going to state that they're undercover. They'll just say, I was doing some investigative work. But if somebody sees them and recognizes them, that would be the problem. The quiet part that didn't get said really out loud here with the ME is that she was given the theory of what happened, a pedestrian hit by a vehicle found in the snow, and she was not able to rule it a homicide, meaning the evidence she uncovered in the medical examiner's review of the body was not enough to say, yep, this was a car crash. This was someone striking a body. That's huge. That's huge. And now the ME is not on Team Karen, nor is she on Justice for John. She doesn't have a side on this, but she is sticking with the facts, saying I can't make that finding. It's undetermined at this point. But you told me what happened, and my job was to look and see if it did, and I can't make that ruling. Supplemental buffer zone order. Just one second. Let's see. Supplemental buffer zone. This is in the Karen Reed case.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, I would like to publish Exhibit 160.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, if you could please draw your attention to what is depicted on both screens. Pick whatever screen is most convenient for you. And what I want to do is to go over what is depicted there, and I'd like to start with just some basics. What is that white rectangle that is on the photograph?
This?
Yes.
That's a ruler.
And what's the purpose of the ruler?
To show a scale. When I measure the injury, I use the ruler to document that.
And if you could please draw your further attention to what I will refer to, and you use your own term, but just to start it, the horizontal line that is appears to be a laceration. You know what I'm referring to?
This, yes, this is a laceration.
Right, so it's fair to say that that's a laceration.
Correct.
And just so we get all that's depicted on this, you referred to earlier up above that, the red area. Is that an abrasion?
Yes.
And do you also denote to the left almost like a J-type item going vertically up? Yes, and going up. Do you see that?
Yeah, that I did not note that specifically. I just noted the whole injury as part of the abrasion.
That's my point. So you didn't make a separate note of what appears to be a J, and it might be easier to see it in the screen over there. It's your conclusion, but is it easier to see there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, and so you didn't make a separate note as to what that was in your report, correct?
No, I did not.
Do you consider that an abrasion or something else?
I believe that's still an abrasion.
Do you conclude that that J is different in any manner from the abrasion that you've noted above the laceration?
I believe it could be part of the whole abrasion, or it could be something different.
Fair enough. Would a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground produce a circular and not a linear abrasion as depicted here on the back of an injured person's head?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Assume a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground. Would such a fall in impact present that type of pattern, or would it present a circular pattern, perhaps with something like a starfish in the middle?
I'll allow that. Can you answer that?
I can say that a fall backwards could very well produce that injury.
Ooh, that was bad for the defense.
My question is more specific, and that is a fall backwards where the person impacts the back of their head on flat, frozen ground. Would you expect that type of a laceration from that type of a fall? Not just a general fall backwards, but specifically a fall backwards where the back of the head hits flat, frozen ground. Would you expect that?
I could, yes.
And under what circumstances could a laceration like that and an abrasion, all of it together, what circumstances could cause that type from a fall backwards on flat, frozen ground?
Well, the laceration is due to the blunt impact, and so is the abrasion. The abrasion is friction. So depending on the type of surface, you mentioned flat, frozen ground, it's quite possible to have an injury as the one depicted. There's nothing inconsistent with this injury and a fall on someone's on the back of the head with a blunt surface.
Brendan is probably smiling from ear to ear.
Is
This is
there-
such a good answer for the Commonwealth.
Are you familiar with the phrase pattern recognition in medicine?
Yes.
And isn't pattern recognition something that requires training with regard to being able to recognize certain patterns and determining what could be causing that pattern?
Yes.
And just merely recognizing whether there is a pattern takes certain specialty training, etc.?
Correct.
And isn't pattern recognition a principle that you apply in the medical examiner's office?
Yeah, we do.
And so example of pattern recognition could be a knife wound, correct?
Yes.
Could be a gunshot.
Correct.
And there's certain patterns that you see on a decedent that can be consistent with those types of causes of injury, correct?
Correct.
Assuming a fall backwards onto frozen ground and there being on a lawn with grass, would you expect to see any grass at all in the injury site?
It's possible to have grass.
Is it possible to have well, are you familiar with the height and weight of the decedent generally? And if you need to look at your notes, please do so.
Yes. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 6'1" and 216 pounds.
So, assuming a fall backwards and an impact to head on, a ground with grass, a person who's 6'1", there is going to be significant acceleration forces that occur as they're going backwards. Is that correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And therefore, the more acceleration forces, usually there's a correlation with the force of the impact?
Correct.
And in terms of force of impact and assuming grass on the ground, would you, do you believe it's more probable than not that one would then see some grass on the head?
Sustained is that form.
Given what you testified regarding the height of Mr. O'Keefe, and assuming what I just gave to you as a fall backwards and acceleration and forces, would you expect to see anything else on the back of his head?
You have to be more specific than that.
Right. I thank you. So, would you expect to see? Is it possible, if that was the manner of the fall, that there should be grass on the head? Is that possible?
Sustained.
Did you consider at all in your evaluation well, let me back up. Do you see any evidence of grass in this depiction?
No, I do not.
Did you recall ever seeing any evidence of grass when you were performing the autopsy?
I did not see evidence of grass.
Did you consider at all in performing your autopsy whether or not grass should be present given what was reported to you by law enforcement?
Sustained.
Did you make any considerations at all regarding grass in regard to your autopsy report?
I did not see any grass. No, I did not make any determinations.
And was grass at all even a consideration in your analysis?
I had very limited information as to the exact nature of the surface at the time of autopsy.
So the answer is no to that
No.
question. Thank you. Did you have any information regarding the circumstances that you said you look at in trying to determine manner of death as to whether there were any stones or rocks around the scene?
That I did not have any information.
So meaning you didn't have any information, you saw no information that there were any stones or rocks by the scene, is that correct?
Sustained in that form.
What, if any, consideration did you make in your assessment of cause and manner of death with regard to stones or rocks?
Unless it goes to
I
what
did
if
not
any.
make any.
With regard to any other potential causes other than ground, did you consider any other possibilities that could cause the type of injuries that are depicted on the screen?
There's a number of possibilities that could cause the injury.
My question is, did you consider, not whether there are, but whether you considered them at the time you were performing the autopsy?
I'm always considering at the time of autopsy what could have caused a certain injury.
Did you put in your notes or your autopsy report any of those considerations? Are they documented?
No.
Now, in terms of differential diagnosis, that we talked about, did you determine whether there were any other possible explanations for the injuries to the decedent other than what law enforcement presented to you?
I'll allow that.
Internally, I consider all kinds of other explanations. I have to look at the findings and the possible ways that those injuries could have been sustained and decide whether I have enough information and whether I am satisfied with the information that I have in order to conclude or determine a manner.
Did you make any notes at all about the considerations you were just speaking about, other considerations, any notes whatsoever in any document in your autopsy report?
Not in my autopsy report, no.
Did you make any other notes of those considerations in any document that you created for this case at all?
No, these are considerations that I've had and discussions I've had with colleagues in terms of evaluating these injuries and
I don't want you to go into what other people said, but I want you to finish your answer.
Right, no, I did not make physical notes of my considerations.
Your Honor, I'm going into a different category, so I just wanted to alert Your Honor to it.
All right. And it will take more than 10, 15 minutes?
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right, jurors. We'll take the lunch and recess. So we'll see you in about 45 minutes.
All right, we're going to lunch here. I've got to say, I love Alessi. I love his style. I like his skill. But I can't help but think he made a mistake here, and he asked a question he did not know the witness's answer to. And he was expecting the ME to say that the injury on the back of the head with that vertical laceration was not consistent with falling and hitting your head on solid ground. And she said, yeah.
Defense has nothing, Your Honor. Thank you for asking. Thank you.
Not a soundbite. That's the judge asking if there's anything else they need to go over before they break for lunch. Wow. It's not a deal breaker for the defense, but it was a moment where Mr. Alessi stumbled and he doubled down. He was expecting a different answer. And I'm trying to think back to when she testified during the first trial. I seem to think that she had more doubt in the first trial about the injury being sustained from a simple fall. That's my recollection. I believe she still said it was possible, but it was more like, well, I guess it's possible, like that. That's how I got in trial number one. But instead, he doubles down and then triples down, and she holds the line. And each time is like a gut punch to Mr. Alessi, and he's struggling to, he's like, well, what about on a frozen ground? She's like, yeah. Oh, like, oh, man. Oh, that was tough. All right. Good stuff. We are at lunch here, and believe it or not, over in Brian Koberger, they're also on break. The judge has gone through a lot of, over in Brian Koberger's case, has gone through a lot of the rules as to the jury selection process, how that's going to look with the questionnaires. It's not going to be live streamed. The judge is retaining control of all media. As far as the cameras go, he's going to have, it sounds like 4 cameras: the podium, the witness table, defense, and the prosecution. So we get the judge, the witness, defense, prosecution. Previously, we've also had the PowerPoint presentation, so it's possible a 5th window might pop up in that. I just don't know if it will, but we'll see what happens there, because there's a lot of video and things in that case that just we need to see. Delay the stream? No, there's no delay in Brian Koberger. It's going to be live as it happens on the court's feed. we'll have that on our Top Mark channel, and also we'll be carrying it with commentary here at on the main channel. I'm not sure if we're doing commentary. I'm not sure if we're going to have it on Top Mark Media. But anyway, good stuff. Mr. Alessi is not done, though, with the medical examiner here. He's got another line of questioning to go into, and he's going to get into it after lunch, which is crazy. I feel like we've had a full day, probably because I've been listening to 2 courts the entire morning. So my right ear is all up to date on Brian Kober. My left ear is up to date on Karen Reed. So during lunchtime, they're going to talk to each other. I'm going to figure everything out. Double input. And I've been snacking on Breakfast of Champions here. Not a sponsor yet. Goldfish, Old Bay brand, Old Bay seasoned. Fantastic. It's box number 2. I need to sneak another box on the order for Mrs. R.A. to go get. All right, so what of his face lacerations? Right eye and his nose. Left side of the nose, right eye, and then the damage on the back. I don't know what to think of this. I've already had a full day's worth of court. Mrs. R.A. is over there in the Brian Koberger stream. That's awesome. We got some great mods over there. Lois, Red, thank you very much for. I think Samantha's over there as well for holding down the fort over there. Thank you very much. All right, we're gonna go to lunch. I'm gonna build. Well, I'm gonna build a portal first. So give me a second to do that. Let's go to the stream. Day 16, part 2 after lunch. All right, we're going to be coming back at 1:30. So I've got a portal set up, so you can stick right here and watch, or if you want to jump over to Brian Koberger, they should be back for break in just moments. They were only taking about a 10-minute break, and it's almost over. Portal is built. As we said this morning, today's a big day in trials. We've got a lot of things happening. So no reason to complain. There's plenty to do here today. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again after lunch, 1:30, or I'll see you over there on Top Mark Media. Portal is automatic. You don't have to go anywhere. Have a good lunch. We'll see you afterwards.